Opening. Science does not need you awake. Close your eyes. Feel your heartbeat. You're not making that happen. It just beats 70 times a minute. Without your permission. Without your worry. Without you watching. That's what tonight is about. The universe has been running itself for 13.8 billion years. Long before you existed. And here's the truth that might finally let you rest. It doesn't need you awake. Right now, your body is performing miracles. Cells dividing, blood flowing, neurons firing, all automatic, all without you. The Earth spins at 1,000 miles per hour beneath you. The moon pulls the tides. Stars burn in distant galaxies. And none of it needs you to stay awake to keep watch. You've spent so long holding everything together, controlling, worrying, but that weight was never yours to carry. Tonight, I'll share 30 scientific truths about how reality actually works, about rest and continuation and being held. And if you fall asleep before the end, that's not failure, that's the entire point. Science doesn't rush. Reality doesn't panic. Tonight, neither do you. If this helps you rest, subscribe for more. Now let's begin. Most natural systems function with imperfection. Let me tell you about your body. Right now, as you're listening to this, your body is making millions of cells. And here's what's interesting. Not all of them are perfect. Some have tiny errors. Some are slightly malformed. Some don't quite match the blueprint. And your body. It doesn't stop everything to fix this. It doesn't declare an emergency. It just keeps going. Because imperfection isn't a bug in the system. It's how the system works. Every natural process, from the formation of stars to the growth of trees to the beating of your heart, operates with built-in imperfection. And it's fine. More than fine, actually. It's necessary. Think about the weather for a moment. Meteorologists can't predict it perfectly, even with all their satellites and computers and decades of data. Not because they're not smart enough. Not because the technology isn't good enough. But because weather systems are inherently imperfect. Every storm is slightly chaotic. Every wind pattern has irregularities. Every cloud forms differently than the last one. Does this make weather broken? No. It makes it weather. Imperfection is literally what allows it to exist, or consider evolution the process that created every living thing on this planet, including you. Evolution doesn't work by making perfect copies. It works through mutations, errors in copying DNA. Most of these errors do nothing. Some are harmful. But occasionally, one of these imperfect copies does something better than the original. That's how eyes developed, how wings formed, how your brain became capable of language of thought, of listening to a voice tell you about science in the middle of the night. All from copying errors, all from imperfection. Your body right now is a collection of compromises. Your spine isn't ideally designed for walking upright. It's a modified tree-climbing spine, and that's why your back hurts sometimes. Your eyes have a blind spot where the optic nerve connects. Your wisdom teeth don't fit properly in your jaw anymore because your ancestors' diets changed. You are, from a design perspective, full of flaws. And yet, here you are. Living, breathing, thinking, feeling. Functioning remarkably well despite being built on millions of years of imperfect solutions to changing problems. The ecosystem outside your window. Right now, it's not balanced perfectly. There's no divine equation keeping everything in harmony. Populations rise and fall. Some years there are too many rabbits. Some years not enough rain. Trees grow crooked. Rivers change course. Animals make mistakes. And the forest doesn't collapse. The world doesn't end. Life continues, adapting, adjusting, working around the imperfections. Even the universe itself, the vast cosmos that contains everything, is imperfect. Galaxies aren't symmetrical. Planets don't orbit in perfect circles. The cosmic microwave background radiation, the afterglow of the Big Bang itself, has irregularities in it. Tiny imperfections in temperature spread across the early universe. And those imperfections, they're why galaxies exist, why stars formed, why you're here. If the early universe had been perfectly uniform, perfectly smooth, nothing would have ever clumped together. No stars, no planets, no you. Imperfection isn't something that went wrong. It's the baseline. It's the natural state. Perfection is the anomaly, the impossibility, the thing that doesn't exist anywhere in nature. You know what this means for you. It means you don't have to be perfect. Not because I'm giving you permission, but because perfection isn't how anything works. You're not failing by being imperfect. You're being normal. You're being natural. You're being exactly what every system in the universe is functional despite flaws. That mistake you made last week, that's you operating like weather. That thing you forgot, that's you operating like evolution. That way you're not quite who you plan to be. That's you operating like a galaxy, like a forest, like every natural system that has ever existed. And just like those systems, you're still here, still going, still working. The sun doesn't shine perfectly evenly across its surface. It has sunspots, solar flares, irregular magnetic fields. Does this make it less of a sun? Does it make it fail at its job of lighting the solar system? No. It's still a sun. It still burns. It still gives light. You don't have to be perfect to be functional. You don't have to be flawless to be valuable. You don't have to be ideal to be enough. Imperfection is how reality works. And you're part of reality. So take a breath. Let yourself be imperfect tonight. Let yourself be natural. Let yourself be real. Because perfect systems don't exist. They never have. They never will. And somehow everything is still okay. Stability comes from adaptation, not control. There's a forest somewhere that's been standing for thousands of years. And here's what's interesting. It's never been stable. Not once. Not for a single moment. There have been fires, floods, droughts, ice storms, invasive species, disease. Trees have fallen. New ones have grown. The composition of the forest today is completely different from what it was 1,000 years ago. And yet it's still there. Still a forest. Still alive. Because stability in nature doesn't mean staying the same. It means being able to change. Real stability comes from adaptation, not from control. From flexibility, not from rigidity. From letting go, not from holding tight. Think about how a tree grows. It doesn't decide in advance exactly where each branch will go. It doesn't have a blueprint. It responds to where the light is, where the wind comes from, where other trees are growing. One tree might grow straight and tall. Another, right next to it, might grow twisted and horizontal, reaching around an obstacle that's no longer even there. Both trees are stable. Both are alive. Both are doing fine. But neither one controlled its path. They adapted. Your body does this every moment. Your immune system doesn't know in advance what diseases you'll encounter. It can't plan for future threats. Instead, it adapts in real time. A virus enters your body, and your immune system creates new antibodies, new defenses specifically for that threat. It learns, it adjusts, it adapts. You can't control what enters your body, but your body can adapt to it. That's not a weakness. That's literally how you're alive right now. The entire history of life on Earth is a history of adaptation, not control. When the dinosaurs lived, the world was warmer, more oxygen in the air, different plants, different challenges. Mammals were small, then hiding, surviving in the margins. Then an asteroid hit. The dinosaurs, magnificent and powerful and perfectly adapted to their world, couldn't adapt fast enough to a world suddenly cold and dark. They went extinct. The mammals. Those small, flexible, generalist mammals. They adapted. They spread. They diversified. And eventually, one line of them became you. Your ancestors survived, not because they controlled the environment, but because they could adapt to changes they didn't cause and couldn't prevent. Consider a river. It looks stable, doesn't it? It seems like it's always been there, always flowing the same path. But if you look closer, if you watch over years, you'll see it's constantly changing. The banks erode here. Sediment builds up there. After a flood, the whole course might shift. A river that tried to maintain perfect control, that tried to force itself to flow exactly the same way forever, would stagnate. It would fill with sediment. It would stop being a river. Rivers stay rivers by adapting to the landscape, not by controlling it. Even the Earth itself, this planet you're lying on right now, maintains its stability through constant change. The continents drift. The magnetic field fluctuates. The climate shifts over millions of years, ice ages coming and going, oceans rising and falling. Earth has been stable enough to support life for billions of years. Not because it stays the same, but because it adapts. You know what this means for your life? It means that trying to control everything is actually the opposite of creating stability. Control is rigid, and rigid things break. That job you lost, that relationship that ended, that plan that fell apart. You couldn't control those things, and trying to control them, trying to force them to stay the same, probably made you suffer more than the changes themselves. Stability doesn't come from preventing change. It comes from being able to move with it, from being flexible enough to bend without breaking, from being adaptable enough to survive what you can't control. Think about the animals that live in the desert. They didn't control the desert. They didn't make it less harsh. They adapted to it. They changed their behavior, their biology, their entire way of being to fit a reality they couldn't change. And now they thrive there. In one of the harshest environments on Earth, they're stable, not because they controlled their environment, but because they adapted to it. Your nervous system right now is doing this. As you listen to this, your neurons are forming new connections, adjusting, adapting to new information. Your brain is literally changing its structure based on your experience. That's neuroplasticity. That's adaptation built into the core of who you are. You are not designed to stay the same. You're designed to adapt. That's your stability. That's your strength. Every time you've survived something difficult, every time you've made it through a change you didn't want, every time you found a new way forward when the old way was blocked, that was adaptation. That was your stability working exactly as it should. You don't need to control everything to be stable. You never did. Nature has been proving this for billions of years. The stable systems, the ones that last, are the ones that adapt, the ones that try to control everything, that resist change, that demand things stay the same. those are the ones that break. Those are the ones that fail. So tonight, you can let go of control. Not because you're giving up, but because adaptation is more stable than control ever was. Flexibility is stronger than rigidity. Change is how things stay alive. You are more stable than you think. Not despite the changes you've been through, but because of them. Not despite your inability to control everything, but because you've learned to adapt instead. That's real stability. That's how nature works. That's how you work. And it's enough. It's always been enough. Nature rarely follows straight lines. Look at a coastline from above. It doesn't go in a straight line from point A to point B. It curves, it zigzags, it forms bays and peninsulas and inlets that seem to go nowhere and everywhere at once. If you tried to measure the exact length of a coastline, you'd find something strange. The closer you look, the longer it gets. Every little curve contains smaller curves. Every inlet contains smaller inlets. The line is infinitely complex, never straight, never simple. And yet the coastline works perfectly. It does its job. It separates land from sea. It creates habitats. It shapes weather patterns. It does all of this without ever being straight. Nature doesn't do straight lines. Look around, you really look. Trees don't grow straight up. Rivers don't flow in straight paths. Mountains don't form in straight ridges. Clouds don't move in straight lines across the sky. Even when you look closer at the smallest scales, there are no straight lines. DNA coils and twists. Neurons branch and curve. Blood vessels wind through your body in elaborate meandering paths that would make no sense to an engineer. And yet, it all works. Your blood reaches where it needs to go. Your neurons communicate. Your DNA carries information. None of them need to be straight to function. Evolution is the ultimate zigzag. The path from single-celled organisms to you didn't go in a straight line. There were dead ends. There were species that thrived for millions of years and then went extinct. There were features that developed and then disappeared. There were sideways movements backward. Movements that seemed to go nowhere. Fish didn't become amphibians in a straight line. Amphibians didn't become reptiles in a straight line. Reptiles didn't become mammals in a straight line. And mammals didn't become humans in a straight line. Every step was crooked. Every transition was messy. Every change was indirect. And somehow, here you are, the product of billions of years of zigzagging, of taking the long way around, of never once following a straight path. Your life isn't supposed to be a straight line either. You know this already, don't you? You've felt guilty about it probably. About the detours, about the backtracking, about the times you seem to be moving sideways instead of forward. But forward isn't a direction that exists in nature. Not really. Not in the way you think it does. A tree grows upward toward the light, but it also grows downward into the soil, and outward in its branches, and sideways around obstacles. Is it going forward backward? The question doesn't make sense. It's just growing. In all the directions it needs to grow, you're doing the same thing. That year you spent in a job that went nowhere. That was growing. That relationship that didn't work out. That was growing. That time you moved back home. That was growing. Growth isn't linear. Development isn't linear. Progress isn't linear. These are human concepts. We try to force onto nature, and nature ignores us every time. Consider a river again. It starts in the mountains maybe, and it flows to the sea. Start point, end point. Seems linear, right? But if you follow that river, it winds. It curves back on itself. Sometimes it flows north when it should be flowing south. Sometimes it spreads out into a delta with 1,000 channels going in different directions. Is the river confused? Is it lost? Is it failing to take the most efficient path? No, it's being a river. It's following the landscape, working with gravity and geology and time. The winding path isn't a mistake. It's the only path that exists. Even light, when it travels through water or glass, doesn't go in a straight line. It bends. It refracts. It takes what seems like a longer path. But physics shows us that light actually takes the path that requires the least time, even if that path isn't straight. Nature has its own logic, its own sense of efficiency that has nothing to do with straightness. Your career path doesn't have to be straight. Your education doesn't have to be straight. Your personal growth doesn't have to be straight. Your path to happiness, to peace, to whatever you're trying to reach, doesn't have to be straight. In fact, it won't be straight. It can't be. Because you're a natural system, and natural systems don't work that way. The night sky seems orderly, doesn't it? Stars in their places, planets following their paths. But those paths aren't straight. Planets orbit in ellipses, not circles. Their orbits wobble. They're influenced by each other's gravity, pulled slightly off course, constantly adjusting. Even the path of Earth around the Sun isn't the same every year. It varies slightly. The whole solar system is moving through the galaxy, so Earth's path through space is actually a spiral, not a circle. We're always going somewhere we've never been before, following a path that's never quite the same. And yet the seasons come back. Day follows night. The patterns repeat even though the path is never straight, never exactly the same. Your patterns can repeat too. Your good days can come back. Your peace can return. Not because you followed a straight line to get there, but because you're part of these same systems, these same natural processes that zigzag their way to where they're going. Every mistake you think you made, every wrong turn, every backtrack, every sideways step, that's the coastline. That's the river. That's evolution. That's nature doing what nature does. You're not off track. There is no track. There's just the path you're actually taking. And that path is as natural and valid as the path of a river, as the growth of a tree, as the orbit of a planet. Nature rarely follows straight lines. And you're nature. You always have been. Errors are built into learning systems. Your brain is making mistakes right now. As you listen to these words, as you process this information, as you try to understand what I'm saying, your neurons are firing in patterns. And some of those patterns are wrong. Your brain predicted, I would say, something slightly different than what I actually said. It filled in gaps with guesses that weren't quite right. It made assumptions about where this sentence was going before it got there. And here's the beautiful part, that's exactly how learning works. Your brain doesn't learn by getting things right. It learns by getting things wrong, noticing the error and adjusting. Every single thing you know how to do, you learned through mistakes. When you were a baby, learning to walk, you fell thousands of times. Your brain sent signals to your muscles, and those signals were wrong. Your balance was off. Your timing was incorrect. You fell, and each time you fell, your cerebellum noticed. It registered the error. It adjusted the next signal just slightly. Fall, adjust. Fall, adjust. Thousands of errors, each one teaching your brain something new, until one day you could walk. You didn't waste those months of falling. Those weren't failed attempts. Those were the learning. The errors were the curriculum. Without them, your brain would have had nothing to learn from. This is true for everything your brain has ever learned. Language, reading, social interaction, how to ride a bike, how to recognize faces, how to know when someone is lying, how to feel appropriate emotions at appropriate times. All of it learned through error. Your brain makes predictions constantly. It predicts what you'll see next, what you'll hear next, what will happen next. Most of these predictions are slightly wrong. And that wrongness, that gap between prediction and reality, that's the signal your brain uses to learn. Neuroscientists call this prediction error. It's not a flaw in the system. It's the mechanism of learning itself. Your brain is literally designed to be wrong, so it can get better. Think about the last time you learned something new. Maybe a new route to somewhere, a new recipe, a new person's name. You probably got it wrong at first, maybe several times. Did that mean you were broken, that you were incapable of learning? No. It meant your brain was doing exactly what brains do. Making errors, adjusting, trying again. Even your memories work this way. Every time you remember something, your brain is reconstructing it. And each reconstruction has small errors. Details get changed. The sequence gets adjusted. Your brain fills in gaps with plausible information that might not be accurate. This sounds bad, doesn't it? Like your memories are unreliable, like your brain is faulty. But this error-prone reconstruction is actually what allows you to learn from the past. Each time you remember something, your brain can update it with new context, new understanding, new meaning. A perfect recording wouldn't allow that. Only an error-prone system can adapt. Consider how children learn language. They make mistakes constantly. They say, "I goed" instead of "I went." They say mouses instead of mice. They create grammatical rules that don't exist and apply them incorrectly. Are they failing? No. They're learning. They're making intelligent errors, showing that their brains are actively trying to find patterns, to understand rules, to make sense of the chaos of language. The errors are evidence of learning, not absence of it. And eventually, without anyone explicitly correcting every mistake, their brains notice the mismatches. They hear "went" enough times that their prediction error system kicks in. The brain adjusts. The child learns, all through mistakes. You've had years in your life that felt wasted, relationships that went nowhere, jobs that taught you nothing you wanted to know, time spent on paths that didn't lead where you hoped, and you've judged yourself for those years, called them mistakes, called them failures, but your brain doesn't recognize wasted time. Biology doesn't have that concept. Every experience you had, even the ones that felt pointless, created prediction errors. Your brain predicted how things would go. Reality showed you something different, and your brain adjusted. That relationship that failed. Your brain learned about what you need, what you can tolerate, what you can't. That job you hated. Your brain learned about environments, about stress, about what drains you and what doesn't. Those years you thought were wasted. Your brain was learning the whole time. You can't waste years in a biological sense. You can only learn. Even doing nothing, even being depressed, even being stuck, your brain is registering information, making predictions, noticing errors, adjusting. The scientific method itself is built on this principle. Science doesn't progress by being right. It progresses by being wrong in increasingly sophisticated ways. A scientist forms a hypothesis, tests it, and usually the hypothesis is wrong. But that wrongness teaches them something. They adjust. They try again. Every scientific breakthrough came from errors, from predictions that didn't match reality, from experiments that failed in interesting ways. The errors weren't obstacles to learning. They were the path to it. Machine learning, artificial intelligence, works exactly the same way. You train a neural network by showing it examples and letting it make mistakes. The system makes a prediction, gets feedback on how wrong it was, and adjusts its internal connections, over and over, thousands or millions of times. Learning through error. We built our artificial learning systems to work like your brain, because error-based learning isn't a flaw. It's the most effective learning mechanism we know of. Your mistakes aren't signs that you're broken. They're signs that you're learning. Your wrong turns weren't wasted time. They were information. Your failed attempts weren't proof you couldn't do it. They were your brain's curriculum. Even now, tonight, as you lie here listening, your brain is making small errors. Predictions about what I'll say next that are slightly off. Interpretations of phrases that aren't quite what I meant. And each tiny error is teaching your brain something, adjusting its models, updating its understanding. You don't need to have gotten everything right. You don't need to have taken the perfect path. You don't need to have avoided mistakes. Your brain never expected that. Biology never required it. Errors are built into learning systems, not as flaws, as features, as the very mechanism that allows learning to happen at all. So those years you regret, your brain doesn't regret them. Those mistakes you can't forgive yourself for. Your brain has already learned from them and moved on. Those wrong paths you took. Your brain registered the error, adjusted, and is ready for the next prediction. You've been learning the whole time, even when it felt like failing, even when it felt like going nowhere. Your brain was doing exactly what it was designed to do, making errors, noticing them, adjusting, growing. There are no wasted years in biology. There's only data, and your brain has been collecting it all along. Balance is dynamic, not fixed. Your body temperature right now is not exactly 98.6 degrees. It's close, probably, but it's fluctuating. Going up slightly, coming down slightly, rising and falling in tiny increments, constantly adjusting, never quite settling at one perfect number. And this is fine. This is actually how your body is supposed to work. This fluctuation, this constant adjustment, this is what biologists call homeostasis. And it's not about being fixed. It's about being dynamic. Your body doesn't maintain balance by staying still. It maintains balance by constantly moving, constantly adjusting, constantly responding to change. Your temperature goes up when you're active, down when you're resting, up when you're fighting an infection, down when you're recovering. It's always changing, and that changing is what keeps you alive. Think about how you stand. You probably think of standing still as being motionless. But if you really pay attention to your body, you'll notice you're never completely still. You sway slightly, forward, backward, side to side. Your muscles are constantly making tiny adjustments, keeping you upright. If your muscles actually stayed fixed, actually stayed perfectly still, you would fall over. Balance requires constant motion, constant tiny corrections, constant adjustment to gravity, to your breathing, to small shifts in weight. You can't stand still by holding still. You can only stand still by moving. Your blood sugar is doing this too, rising after you eat, falling as your cells use it. Your pancreas releases insulin. Your liver releases glucose back and forth, up and down, constantly adjusting. Never fixed, never perfectly stable, always in motion. This isn't your body failing to maintain stability. This is stability. This is what stability looks like in a living system, not a flat line, a wave, not stillness, dance. Even your heartbeat, that steady, reliable rhythm, isn't actually steady. The time between beats varies slightly. Beat to beat, your heart rate changes. This is called heart rate variability, and it's a sign of health. A heart that beats with perfect mechanical regularity is actually a warning sign. Variability is normal. Variability is good. The Earth does this too. The climate isn't stable in the sense of being fixed. It fluctuates. Ice ages come and go. Warm periods and cool periods. Ocean currents shift. Atmospheric patterns change. Over millions of years, over centuries, over seasons, over days. Always changing. Always adjusting. But the Earth maintains enough stability for life. Not by being fixed, by being dynamic, by having systems that can fluctuate without collapsing. You know what this means for your life. It means you don't need to be stable in the way you think you do. You don't need to feel the same every day. You don't need to maintain a constant mood, a constant energy level, a constant state of being. Your emotions are supposed to fluctuate. Your energy is supposed to rise and fall. Your motivation is supposed to vary. This isn't instability. This is dynamic balance. This is how living systems work. You have good days and bad days, confident moments and anxious moments, times when you feel capable and times when you feel lost. And you've probably judged yourself for this, thought you should be more consistent, more reliable, more steady. But your nervous system, your hormones, your neurotransmitters, they're all fluctuating constantly. Your cortisol levels change throughout the day. Your dopamine rises and falls. Your serotonin varies with sunlight, with food, with social interaction. You are, by design, a system in constant flux. An ecosystem does this too. Population levels of different species rise and fall. Predator numbers go up, prey numbers go down. Then predators decline from lack of food. Then prey populations recover. It looks chaotic if you only look at a short time span. But over longer periods you see it's balanced, dynamically balanced. Some years there are too many deer. Some years too few. Some years the grass is abundant. Some years sparse. The forest is never in perfect equilibrium. It's always adjusting, always changing, always in motion. And yet it persists. The forests are stable over centuries, even though it's never stable from year to year. You can be like that too. Stable over the long term, even though you're variable in the short term. Balanced in the big picture, even though you're fluctuating day to day. Your sleep isn't supposed to be exactly the same every night. Some nights you sleep deeply, some nights lightly, some nights you dream vividly, some nights barely at all. Your brain cycles through different stages of sleep, and the amount of time in each stage varies night to night. This isn't poor sleep. This is normal sleep. Dynamic changing, adjusting to what your brain needs on that particular night. Even the cells in your body are in constant flux. You're not the same physical person you were 7 years ago. Most of your cells have been replaced. Your skin cells turn over every few weeks. Your red blood cells every few months. Even your bone cells, which seem so solid and permanent, are constantly being broken down and rebuilt. You're not a fixed thing. You're a process, a dynamic pattern that maintains itself through constant change. The planets in the solar system. Their orbits aren't perfectly stable either. They influence each other gravitationally. Jupiter pulls on Earth. Earth pulls on the Moon. Mars tugs at everyone. The whole system is constantly adjusting orbits, shifting slightly over millennia. But the solar system has been here for 4.5 billion years. Stable, but dynamically so. Balanced through constant adjustment, not through being fixed. You don't need to be the same person you were yesterday. You don't need to feel the same way you felt last week. You don't need to maintain a constant state of happiness or productivity or peace. You need to fluctuate, to rise and fall, to have good days and bad days, to feel different things at different times. That's not instability. That's life. That's how living systems maintain themselves over time. Balance is not a destination you reach and stay at. It's not a state you achieve and then maintain through force of will. Balance is a dance, a constant adjustment, a dynamic process that never stops moving. Your body knows this. Your cells know this. Your nervous system knows this. The only part of you that expects fixed stability is your mind, your expectations, your idea of how things should be. But reality doesn't work that way. Reality is dynamic, and you're part of reality. So tonight, you don't need to be stable. You just need to let yourself adjust. To rise when you rise, to fall when you fall. To trust that the fluctuation itself is the balance. Because it is. It always has been. Growth happens unevenly everywhere. There's a tree outside. Maybe you can't see it right now, but there's a tree somewhere near where you are. And that tree didn't grow the same amount every day. Some days, it grew a lot. Some days, barely at all. Some days, it put energy into its roots. Some days, into its leaves. Some years were good years with lots of rain, and it grew thick rings in its trunk. Some years were drought years and it barely grew at all. But it's still a tree, still growing, still alive. The uneven growth didn't make it less of a tree. Growth in nature is never linear. It's not steady. It's not predictable. It happens in bursts and pauses in spurts, and plateaus in visible changes and invisible preparation. A seed doesn't grow evenly. First, it sits in the ground doing what looks like nothing. Days pass, weeks sometimes, no visible growth at all. But underground things are happening. The seed is absorbing water. Its cells are activating. Roots are beginning to form. All this work, all this growth completely invisible. Then suddenly, a sprout appears. Rapid visible growth. The plant pushes up through the soil, unfurls its first leaves, reaches toward the sun. Fast, dramatic, obvious. Then it slows down again. More roots, stronger stem, less dramatic, but just as important. Growth happens unevenly, and the invisible phases aren't less valuable than the visible ones. Your brain grew unevenly too. As a child, your brain went through growth spurts, periods of rapid development in certain areas, then plateaus, then rapid development somewhere else. Your language centers developed in bursts. Your motor control came in stages. Your emotional regulation took years and happened in fits and starts. And you learned unevenly. You couldn't read, then suddenly you could. You couldn't understand fractions. Then something clicked. You struggled with social situations, struggled. Then one day you found yourself navigating them better. The learning was happening all along. But it didn't show up evenly. It came in leaps and plateaus, in sudden insights and long confusions. Even your physical growth was uneven. You grew in height spurts. Your hands and feet grew before your arms and legs, making you clumsy for a while. Your brain developed unevenly two different regions, maturing at different rates, which is why teenagers can be brilliant in some ways and baffling in others. Uneven growth is normal growth. It's the only kind there is. A glacier moves unevenly. Sometimes it surges forward, flowing faster, carving deeper. Sometimes it barely moves at all, seeming frozen in place, even though it's technically still a glacier, still ice in motion. Its growth and retreat happen in pulses, not steady lines. Your career has probably grown unevenly. Maybe you had a period where everything happened fast. Promotions, opportunities, learning. Then a long stretch where nothing much changed. Then maybe another burst. Or maybe you're in a plateau now, feeling like nothing is moving. But plateaus aren't nothing. Your brain consolidates during plateaus. Your skills integrate. Your experience settles into wisdom. The plateau is where you become solid enough to handle the next burst of growth. Athletes know this. They don't improve steadily. They improve in jumps. They work and work and work, and their performance stays roughly the same. Then suddenly, a breakthrough. They're faster, stronger, more skilled. Then another plateau. Then another jump. The plateaus aren't wasted time. The plateaus are where the growth from the last burst gets integrated, where the body adapts, where the foundation is built for the next leap. You're in a plateau right now in some area of your life, maybe several areas, and you've been judging yourself for it, wondering why you're not growing, why you're not improving, why things feel stuck. But you're growing, just not visibly, just not in ways you can measure day to day. The growth is happening in consolidation, in integration, in invisible preparation for what comes next. A bamboo plant does something remarkable. You plant bamboo, and for years nothing happens. No visible growth above ground. 4 years, 5 years sometimes. Nothing. You might think it's dead. You might think you're doing something wrong. But underground, that bamboo is growing an extensive root system, spreading out, going deep, creating a foundation. Then, in the 5th year, the bamboo shoots up. It can grow almost 3 feet in a single day, 90 feet tall in a matter of weeks. The growth was happening all along, just not where you could see it. Your life has bamboo phases, times when nothing seems to be happening, when you're working and trying and nothing is changing, when everyone else seems to be growing and you seem to be stuck. But you're not stuck. You're building roots, you're creating foundation, you're doing invisible growth that will support visible growth later. And you can't skip this phase. The bamboo can't grow 90 feet tall without those years of root development. It would fall over. It would collapse. The invisible growth is what makes the visible growth possible. Even stars don't burn steadily. They have active phases and quiet phases. They grow unevenly to accumulating mass from their surrounding nebula in bursts, then stabilizing, then growing again. Some stars grow enormous quickly. Some take billions of years. There's no right speed. There's no right pattern. There's just growth happening the way it happens. You grew unevenly through childhood. You'll grow unevenly through adulthood. Your relationships will deepen unevenly. Your understanding will expand unevenly. Your healing will happen unevenly. Some days you'll feel like you're making progress. Some days you'll feel like you're back where you started. Some months, everything will click into place. Some months will feel like treading water. And all of it is growth. All of it is the process. The uneven, unpredictable, non-linear process that is the only way anything actually grows in nature. You don't need to grow the same amount every day. You don't need to see progress every week. You don't need to be improving constantly in visible ways. You need to trust that growth happens in its own time. In its own way, unevenly and imperfectly, just like everything else in nature. The tree doesn't worry during the drought year that it's not growing enough. It just survives, the drought maintains itself, and waits for rain. And when rain comes, it grows. You're in your season right now, whatever season that is. Growing visibly or invisibly, quickly or slowly, in bursts or in plateaus. And whatever season you're in, it's the right one, because it's the one that's happening. And growth happens unevenly everywhere, including in you. Nothing in nature is ever truly behind. There's a star being born right now somewhere in the universe. It's forming from a cloud of gas and dust, slowly collapsing under its own gravity. This process takes millions of years. Millions. And nowhere in the universe is there a cosmic schedule saying, this star is late. No timeline dictating when it should have finished forming. The star just is, taking the time it takes, and the universe doesn't judge it. Time as it exists in nature doesn't have deadlines. Rivers don't flow late. Mountains don't form behind schedule. Galaxies don't apologize for taking billions of years to spiral into shape. The concept of being behind is entirely human. We invented it. We created timelines and schedules and expectations about when things should happen. And then we suffered under those inventions. But nature doesn't recognize them. Nature has duration, yes. Things take time, but there's no cosmic clock saying you should be further along than you are. Consider a flower. Some flowers bloom in spring, some in summer, some in fall. Is the fall flower behind? Is it late because it didn't bloom when the spring flowers did? No, it's a fall flower. It blooms when it blooms. That's not late. That's its nature. You are not a spring flower trying to bloom in summer. You're whatever flower you are blooming in your season. And your season isn't late. It's just your season. Think about oak trees. An oak tree doesn't produce acorns until it's about 20 years old. 20 years of growing, of putting down roots, of building strength. Is it behind? Is a 10-year-old oak tree failing because it's not producing acorns yet? No, it's growing. It's preparing. It's being exactly what a 10-year-old oak tree should be. And when it does finally produce acorns, most of them won't grow into trees. A mature oak might produce thousands of acorns in a year. Maybe 1 or 2 will become trees. Is that waste? Is that failure? Are those acorns behind nature? Doesn't count success that way. Nature doesn't have quotas. Nature doesn't have schedules. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. Earth is 4.5 billion. Life appeared maybe 3.5 billion years ago. Humans. Depending on how you count, maybe 200,000 years, maybe less. Was life late? Should it have appeared sooner? Were humans behind schedule? These questions don't make sense. Things happened when they happened, when conditions allowed, when the chemistry was right, when chance aligned with possibility. There was no deadline. Your life doesn't have a cosmic deadline either. You feel behind because you're comparing yourself to other people, to social expectations, to some imaginary timeline you absorbed from culture and media and well-meaning people who told you how things should go. But those timelines aren't real. They're not natural law. They're not written into the fabric of reality. You should be married by 30. You should have children by 35. You should have your career figured out by 25. You should own a home. You should have saved this much. You should have accomplished that. Says who? Not physics. Not biology. Not the universe. Just culture. Just collective human anxiety turned into arbitrary deadlines. Evolution doesn't work on schedules. Species don't evolve at the same rate. Some change quickly. Some barely change at all for millions of years. Crocodiles have been essentially the same for 200 million years. Are they behind? Have they failed to evolve enough? No, they're succeeding by staying the same. Their form works. They survived when the dinosaurs didn't. Being unchanged isn't being behind. It's being well adapted. Geological time makes this even clearer. The Himalayas are still rising. They've been forming for 50 million years. They're still not done. Are they behind? Should they have finished growing by now? The concept is absurd when you apply it to mountains. It should be just as absurd when you apply it to yourself. You think you're behind because you haven't achieved certain things by certain ages. But age is just how many times Earth has orbited the Sun since you were born. It's a measurement of duration, not a judgment of progress. A sequoia tree can live for 3,000 years. It grows slowly, very slowly. For the first few hundred years, it's small compared to other trees. Is it behind? Or is it just a sequoia growing at sequoia pace, preparing for a 3,000-year life? You don't know your lifespan. You don't know your pace. You don't know what your life is preparing for. Maybe you're a sequoia in a forest of pines. Maybe your timeline is different, not because you're behind, but because you're something else entirely. Turtle eggs incubate for 60 days. Elephant pregnancies last almost 2 years. Is the elephant behind? Should it hurry up and gestate as fast as a turtle? No, it's growing a 5-ton mammal with a complex brain. It takes the time it takes. Your dreams, your goals, your growth. Maybe they're elephants. Maybe they need more time. That doesn't mean you're behind. It means you're growing something big. Even light, the fastest thing in the universe, takes time. Light from the sun takes 8 minutes to reach Earth. Light from the nearest star takes 4 years. Light from distant galaxies takes billions of years. Is that light late? Is it behind? No, it's traveling at the speed it travels, taking the time it takes to cross the distance it needs to cross. You're crossing your own distance, at your own speed, and nothing in the structure of reality says you should be somewhere else by now. Seasons don't apologize for their timing. Spring doesn't come early just because you're tired of winter. Fall doesn't delay because you want more summer. Each season takes its duration, arrives when it arrives. Your seasons are the same. Your spring will come when it comes. Your harvest will happen when it happens. The universe isn't checking its watch. Reality isn't tapping its foot waiting for you to catch up. There's nowhere to catch up to. There's no race. There's no schedule. There's no behind. There's only where you are. And where you are is exactly where you are. Not late, not behind. Just here. Just now. Just the amount of time things have taken to unfold in your particular life, with your particular circumstances, with your particular nature. A caterpillar doesn't rush its metamorphosis. It takes weeks inside the chrysalis. Weeks of what looks like nothing. Weeks where if you didn't know better, you'd think it was stuck. You'd think it was behind. But inside, everything is changing. Everything is transforming, and when the butterfly emerges, it emerges exactly on time. It's time, the only time that matters. You're not behind, you never were. That's not a thing that exists in nature. That's not a reality. That's just a story, just a human invention, just a way we torture ourselves with imaginary deadlines. And you can set it down. You can let it go. Because the universe isn't waiting for you to be anywhere other than where you are. You're right on time. The only time there is. Your time. Systems survive. Without constant monitoring. Your heart is beating right now, and you're not telling it to. You're not monitoring it. You're not checking in every second to make sure it's still working. It just beats. 70 times a minute, 100,000 times a day, without your supervision, without your worry, without your conscious attention. And it's fine. It's been doing this since before you were born. Your heart started beating when you were an embryo, weeks before your mother even knew you existed. And it hasn't stopped since. Decades of beating, billions of beats, all without you managing the process. Your lungs are breathing, right now without you thinking about it, expanding and contracting, taking in oxygen, releasing carbon dioxide, the perfect amount, the right rhythm, all automatic, all unsupervised. You can take conscious control if you want. You can breathe manually, but the moment you stop thinking about it, your body takes over again. It doesn't forget. It doesn't fail. It just breathes. Your digestive system is working right now, breaking down your last meal, extracting nutrients, moving everything along through 20 feet of intestines, absorbing what you need, eliminating what you don't. A process that takes hours, complex, coordinated, essential, and you're not supervising any of it. You're just lying here, listening. And your body is managing everything. This is true of every system in your body. Your liver is filtering your blood. Your kidneys are balancing your fluids. Your bone marrow is making new blood cells. Your immune system is patrolling for threats. Your neurons are firing. Your hormones are signaling. Thousands of processes, all happening simultaneously, all coordinated, all working, and none of them need your conscious attention. Life is designed to run without constant monitoring. It has to be. Because if your survival depended on you remembering to tell your heart to beat, you'd die the first time you fell asleep. Evolution spent billions of years creating systems that work automatically, that survive without supervision, that handle themselves so your conscious mind can focus on other things. And this isn't just your body, it's every living system. A forest manages itself, trees grow, animals find food, predators hunt, prey reproduce, nutrients cycle, water filters through soil. Everything is connected, everything is interacting, and there's no forest manager, no one monitoring to make sure it all works. It just works. Some years there are more deer, some years fewer. Some years the oak trees produce abundant acorns, some years they don't. The system adjusts, balances, continues, without oversight, without intervention. The forest has been doing this for millions of years, long before humans existed to worry about it, long before anyone was monitoring anything. An ecosystem survives through relationships, through feedback loops, through automatic adjustments, not through constant vigilance. The ocean currents flow without being managed. The Gulf Stream carries warm water north. Cold water sinks and flows south. This happens constantly. It's been happening for millions of years. There's no ocean monitor, no current supervisor. It just flows. The physics makes it flow. The temperature differences make it flow. The rotation of Earth makes it flow. It doesn't need your attention. It doesn't need anyone's attention. It works because that's how the system is structured. The structure maintains it. Your life is like this too. More than you think. More than you've trusted. You've been monitoring everything. Checking. Worrying. Making sure things are still okay. Making sure you haven't forgotten something critical. Making sure everything is under control. But most of what you're monitoring is already managing itself. Your relationships continue without constant attention. People still care about you even when you're not actively checking in. Your skills don't disappear if you don't use them for a week. Your home doesn't fall apart if you stop vigilant maintenance for a day. You've been holding up weight that wasn't falling. You've been supervising processes that were already automatic. You've been monitoring systems that were designed to work without monitoring. Think about a garden. If you plant seeds and then stand over them, constantly checking every hour to see if they've sprouted, yet you won't make them grow faster. They'll grow at their pace. The pace determined by temperature, moisture, genetics, not by your vigilance. Your presence doesn't speed the process. Your worry doesn't help. The seed knows what to do. It's been encoded in its DNA for millions of years of evolution. Plant it, water it, then let it be. It will manage itself. The same is true for so much of your life. You've planted things, started things, set things in motion, and now you're standing over them, monitoring, constantly afraid that if you look away, they'll fail. But they won't. They're managing themselves. They're unfolding at their own pace. Your constant monitoring isn't helping. It's just exhausting you. The moon orbits Earth without anyone monitoring it. The tides rise and fall. The seasons change. The stars burn. The galaxy spirals. All of it happening. All of it continuing. All of it without supervision. The universe is unfathomably complex. Trillions of galaxies, each with billions of stars. Each star with its own physics. Each planet with its own weather. Each weather system with its own patterns. And none of it needs monitoring. None of it needs conscious attention. It all just works. Because that's how the systems are structured. You're part of these systems. You emerged from them. You're made of the same matter. You follow the same physical laws. And you have the same capacity to function without constant conscious oversight. Your body proves this. Your body is managing billions of processes right now without your help. And your life can do this too. Your life can continue. Your relationships can maintain themselves. Your path can unfold, all without you monitoring every second. You can rest. You can stop checking. You can trust that systems designed to survive will survive. Because that's what they do. That's what they've been doing since long before you existed to worry about them. Your heart will keep beating. Your lungs will keep breathing. The sun will rise tomorrow. The seasons will change. Life will continue. And none of it requires your constant vigilance. None of it needs your monitoring. It's all already managed, already automatic, already working. So tonight you can stop supervising. You can let the systems do what they do. You can close your eyes and trust that when you open them again, everything will have continued without you. Because it always does. Because that's how reality works. Systems survive without constant monitoring. They always have. They always will, including yours. Completion is not required for value. There's a cathedral in Barcelona called the Sagrada Familia. Construction began in 1882. It's still not finished, over 140 years of building, and it's still not done. They estimate it might be complete by 2026. Maybe. if everything goes well. And yet millions of people visit it every year. They stand inside its incomplete walls. They look up at its unfinished towers. They call it beautiful. They call it meaningful. They call it one of the greatest works of architecture in the world. Its value doesn't come from being complete. Its value exists right now, in its unfinished state, in its ongoing process of becoming. A tree doesn't need to be fully grown to be valuable. A sapling provides shade to insects. Its roots hold soil. Its leaves photosynthesize. It's contributing to the ecosystem right now. Not when it's done growing. Now, in its incomplete form. The tree will never actually be done growing. It will grow until it dies. There's no finish line, no final form, just continuous becoming. And at every stage it has value. At every stage it matters. At every stage it's enough. You're like this too. You're not done. You'll never be done. There's no finished version of you waiting somewhere in the future. There's only you continuing, you changing, you always in process. And you have value now. Not when you're complete. Not when you've accomplished everything. Not when you've become who you think you should be. Now, in your unfinished state, in your ongoing process of becoming. A river doesn't need to reach the ocean to be a river. It's a river in the mountains. It's a river in the valley. It's a river in the plains. At every point along its journey, it's fully a river. It's watering plants, creating habitat, shaping landscape. Its value isn't stored up waiting for the moment it reaches the sea. Its value is distributed along its entire length. Your value is like this too, not stored in the future, not waiting for some moment of completion, but distributed along your entire life. At every point, you matter. At every stage, you're enough. You've been treating yourself like an unfinished product, like you're not valid yet, not worthwhile yet, not ready yet. You'll be worth something when you're done, when you've achieved enough, when you've become enough. But you're not a product, you're a process. And processes don't need to be complete to have value. Music doesn't need to reach the final note to be beautiful. Every note matters. Every phrase has value. You don't wait until the end of a symphony to experience it. You experience it as it unfolds. Each moment is the point. Your life is like this. Each moment is the point. Not preparation for later. Not building towards some future completion. But valuable now. Meaningful now. Enough now. A painting doesn't need to be finished to teach the painter something. Every brush stroke is practice. Every color choice is learning. Even if the painting is never finished, even if it's abandoned halfway through, the painter grew from painting it. The process had value independent of the product. Your unfinished projects have value, not just if you complete them, but in what you learned while working on them, in what they taught you, in how they changed you. The process itself was worthwhile. The completion was never the point. Evolution is an unfinished process. It's been going for billions of years. It will continue for billions more. It will never be complete. There's no final form, no finished version of life, just constant adaptation, constant change, constant becoming. And at every point along the way, life has value. The trilobites that went extinct millions of years ago weren't failures because they're not here anymore. They were valid organisms. They lived. They mattered. Their incompleteness doesn't negate their existence. You don't need to last forever to matter. You don't need to achieve everything to be worthwhile. You don't need to become some final perfected version of yourself to be valid right now. A book doesn't need to be finished to affect people. Some of the most influential books in history were left incomplete. Kafka's novels, Coleridge's poems, Einstein's unified theory. Incomplete, unfinished, and still valuable, still meaningful, still important. Your incomplete work has value too. Your unfinished business, your abandoned plans, your partial progress. It all meant something. It all taught you something. It all mattered in the moment, even if it never led to completion. The universe itself might be an incomplete process. Some theories suggest it's still expanding, still creating, still becoming. If the universe itself isn't finished, how can you expect yourself to be? Completion is not a natural state. It's not an end point that exists in reality. It's a human concept, a way we try to organize our experience. But nature doesn't work in completed units. Nature works in continuous processes. You're a continuous process. You started at birth, you'll end at death. And everything in between is the point, not preparation for something later, not building toward completion, but the actual point, the actual life, the actual value. A child doesn't need to become an adult to have value. Children matter now. Their experiences are real now. Their feelings are valid now. They're not just future adults in training. They're people, right now. Incomplete and still valuable. You were valuable as a child. You're valuable now. You'll be valuable tomorrow. Not because of what you've completed, not because of what you've accomplished, but because you exist. Because you're part of this ongoing process called life. Because being alive, being conscious, being here, that itself is valuable. The night sky is full of stars at different stages. Some are young, still forming. Some are old, dying. Some are in their middle years. None of them are wrong. None of them are behind. Each stage has its own beauty, its own meaning, its own value. You're at your stage, whatever stage that is, young or old or somewhere in between, beginning or middle or nearing the end. And your stage is valid. Your stage has value. Your stage is enough. You don't need to be complete to matter. You don't need to be finished to be worthwhile. You don't need to have it all figured out to be valuable. You're valuable now, in your incompleteness, in your ongoing process, in your unfinished state. Because the process itself is the value. The journey itself is the point. The becoming itself is enough. You are enough, right now, incomplete and all. Reality continues even when you pause. The earth keeps spinning while you sleep. It rotates at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Every night, while you're unconscious, while you're completely unaware, the planet carries you through space. You travel thousands of miles. You don't feel it. You don't monitor it. You don't stay awake to make sure it happens. And it happens anyway. The earth doesn't need your consciousness to keep spinning. The moon keeps orbiting. Right now, as you lie here, the moon is moving through space. It pulls the tides. It stabilizes Earth's rotation. It reflects the sun's light. All of this continues whether you're aware of it or not. Whether you're awake or asleep. Whether you're paying attention or not. The universe doesn't pause when you do. Plants keep photosynthesizing at night. Your houseplants, the trees outside the grass, all of them are processing stored energy, growing roots, preparing for tomorrow. They don't stop because you're not watching. They don't wait for your attention to continue their existence. Life continues when you're not looking, when you're not participating, when you're not conscious. You've been afraid to pause, afraid that if you stop, everything will stop, that if you rest, things will fall apart. That if you're not constantly engaged, constantly vigilant, constantly active, somehow reality will collapse. But it won't. It never has. It never will. Your body continues when you sleep. Your heart beats. Your lungs breathe. Your brain processes memories. Your cells repair damage. Your immune system fights off threats. Hours of complex biological work happening every night while you're completely unconscious. You don't collapse when you sleep. You regenerate. You heal. You integrate. Your pause doesn't destroy you. It restores you. The ocean tides keep rising and falling whether anyone is watching or not. The Pacific Ocean rises and falls twice a day. It's been doing this for billions of years, long before there were humans to observe it, long before there was anyone to care. The tides don't need an audience. They don't need your participation. They happen because the moon pulls and the earth spins, and the physics works whether you're engaged or not. Your life is more resilient than you think, more autonomous than you believe, more capable of continuing without your constant input than you've trusted. You can pause, you can rest, you can step back, and reality will continue. Your relationships will survive a day of not texting. Your projects will wait for you. Your responsibilities will still be there when you return. Nothing collapses when you rest. Nothing fundamental changes. The world keeps turning. Life keeps living. Stars keep burning in galaxies you'll never see. Billions of stars. Trillions of planets. All of it happening right now. All of it continuing. None of it requiring your awareness. None of it needing your participation. The universe is vast beyond comprehension. And it's all proceeding, all unfolding, all continuing. And your consciousness isn't required for any of it. You matter. Your life matters. Your choices matter. But the universe doesn't depend on you being awake. Reality doesn't depend on your vigilance. Rivers flow while you sleep. Weather systems move while you rest. Tectonic plates shift while you pause. The entire planet, the entire solar system, the entire universe continues its processes whether you're engaged or not. You've been carrying the weight of the world, acting as if your pause would somehow break everything, as if your rest would somehow stop reality, as if the universe needs you awake to keep functioning. But it doesn't. It never did. Your ancestors slept every night. For hundreds of thousands of years, humans slept, and the world continued. Tribes survived. Families endured. Life went on. Your great-great-great-grandparents closed their eyes at night and trusted that morning would come. And it did. Every time. You can trust this too. You can close your eyes. You can let go. You can pause. And when you wake up, reality will still be here. Changed, yes. Time will have passed, but not broken, not stopped, not collapsed. The pause is not destruction. The pause is natural. The pause is built into every system. Day and night. Seasons cycling. Hearts beating and resting between beats. Waves rising and falling. Everything in nature has rhythm, activity and rest, engagement and pause. This is how systems sustain themselves, not through constant action, but through rhythmic alternation. You're allowed to be part of this rhythm. You're allowed to pause. You're allowed to rest. You're allowed to sleep deeply, completely, without worry. Because reality will continue. Life will go on. The universe will keep unfolding. And when you wake, you'll still be here. The world will still be here. Everything will have continued without you. Not because you don't matter, but because the universe is bigger than any one consciousness. Because reality is resilient. because life is self-sustaining. You don't have to hold it all together. You never did. The universe was holding itself together long before you existed. It will continue long after you're gone. Tonight, you can let go. You can pause. You can rest completely. Because reality will continue. It always does. It always has. It always will. Your pause doesn't break anything. Your rest doesn't stop anything. Your sleep doesn't end anything. Reality continues, even when you pause, especially when you pause. So pause, rest, let go. The universe has this. It always has. And now we cross a threshold. The first part of our journey has shown you that reality works without perfection, without your constant effort. Now in the second part, we'll explore something deeper, how uncertainty itself is woven into the fabric of existence, how not knowing is natural, how you can rest even in the unknown. Uncertainty exists at the smallest level of reality. Let me tell you something strange about the universe, something that scientists discovered about 100 years ago, and it still unsettles them. At the very smallest level of reality, at the level of atoms and electrons and particles, nothing is certain. Nothing is fixed. Nothing is definite until you look at it. This isn't philosophy. This isn't metaphor. This is physics. This is how reality actually works. An electron doesn't have a specific position until you measure it. Before measurement, it exists in multiple places at once. It's a cloud of probability, a spread of possibility. Only when you observe it does it choose a location. And even then, you can never know both its exact position and its exact momentum at the same time. This is called the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. And it's not about our instruments being imperfect. It's not about needing better microscopes. It's fundamental, built into the structure of reality itself. Uncertainty isn't a bug. It's a feature. The universe at its foundation is uncertain. The very particles that make up your body, the atoms in your cells, the electrons in those atoms, they exist in states of uncertainty until observed. Reality itself is fundamentally uncertain. Think about what this means. Everything you see, everything you touch, everything you are, is made of these uncertain particles. You are built from uncertainty. Your body is uncertainty arranged in a pattern. Your thoughts are uncertainty experiencing itself. And somehow this works. Somehow these uncertain particles create a world that feels solid, that feels real, that feels dependable enough to walk on, to breathe, to live in. Uncertainty at the foundation doesn't prevent structure. It doesn't prevent order. It doesn't prevent life. If anything, it enables them. Quantum mechanics. The physics of this uncertainty is the most accurately tested theory in the history of science. Every prediction it makes has been confirmed. Every experiment supports it. It's not speculation. It's not philosophy. It's reality describing itself. And reality says uncertainty is fundamental. Particles can exist in superposition. They can be in multiple states at once. A photon can go through two slits simultaneously. An atom can be in two places at once. This isn't metaphor. This is measurable, observable, real. The double-slit experiment proves this. Send a single photon toward two slits. It goes through both. It interferes with itself. It creates a pattern that's only possible if it went through both slits at once. One particle, two paths, simultaneously, until observed. The universe allows this. The universe is built on this. Uncertainty and superposition aren't errors in reality. They're how reality operates. Your fear of uncertainty makes sense. You were raised in a world that values certainty, that prizes knowing, that treats uncertainty as a problem to be solved, a gap to be filled, a flaw to be corrected. But the universe doesn't work that way. The universe is comfortable with uncertainty, has been for 13.8 billion years. Uncertainty is the ground state. Certainty is the temporary exception. Even radioactive decay is fundamentally uncertain. You can have an atom of uranium. You know it will decay. You know it will release radiation and become a different element. But you cannot know when. You can calculate probabilities. You can say half of the atoms in a sample will decay in a certain time period. But which atoms? When? Exactly impossible to know. Not because we haven't figured it out yet, but because the universe doesn't decide until it happens. The atom exists in a superposition of decayed and not decayed until the moment of decay. Then it chooses, randomly, uncertainly. This is how reality works at the most basic level. And it doesn't break reality. It doesn't make the universe chaotic or unpredictable at larger scales. Somehow, massive uncertainty at the small scale creates reliable patterns at the large scale. Your body is made of trillions of atoms, each one governed by quantum uncertainty, each one existing in probability clouds, each one making random quantum choices billions of times per second. And yet, you're stable. You're predictable. You're reliable. Uncertainty at the foundation supports structure at the surface. You don't need to be certain to be stable. You don't need to know everything to be functional. You don't need to eliminate uncertainty to be okay. Because the universe proves every moment that uncertainty and stability coexist. That not knowing and still functioning are compatible. That you can be built from uncertainty and still be real. Quantum computers are being developed now that use this uncertainty. They put atoms in superposition in multiple states simultaneously and use that uncertainty to perform calculations. The uncertainty isn't a limitation to overcome, it's a resource to harness. Your uncertainty is like this too, not a flaw to fix, not a problem to solve, but a fundamental part of how you work, a feature, not a bug. You can't know everything. You can't be certain about everything. You can't eliminate all doubt. Not because you're not trying hard enough, not because you're not smart enough, but because certainty doesn't exist at the level you're demanding it. The electrons in your brain are uncertain. The atoms in your neurons are probabilistic. Your thoughts emerge from quantum processes that are fundamentally unpredictable. You are literally made of uncertainty. And yet, here you are, thinking, feeling, being. The uncertainty doesn't prevent your existence, it enables it. Quantum entanglement shows something even stranger. Two particles can be entangled, connected in a way that transcends space. Measure one, and you instantly know something about the other, even if it's on the other side of the universe. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. He didn't like it, but experiments prove it's real. The universe is connected in ways we don't fully understand, in ways that seem impossible, in ways that violate our intuitions about how things should work. And yet it works. It's real. It's happening. You're connected to things in ways you don't fully understand too. Your life is affected by causes you can't see. Your path is influenced by factors you can't know. And that's okay. That's normal. That's how the universe operates. Not knowing isn't a personal failing. It's a physical fact. Uncertainty isn't something wrong with you. It's something fundamental about reality. The universe has been uncertain for billions of years. Stars form from uncertain quantum fluctuations. Galaxies grow from random variations in density. Life itself began from chance molecular combinations in an uncertain chemical soup. Everything you see, everything you are, came from uncertainty, was built by uncertainty, exists because of uncertainty. So tonight, you can let yourself be uncertain. You cannot know what will happen. You can be unsure about the future. You can doubt and question and wonder. Because uncertainty isn't failure. It's foundation. It's not a problem. It's how reality works. It's not something to eliminate. It's something to accept. You're made of uncertain particles. You exist in an uncertain universe. You're living an uncertain life. And that's not wrong. That's not broken. That's not something to fix. That's just reality, being itself, at the most fundamental level. Uncertainty exists at the smallest level of reality, which means it exists at every level, including yours. And the universe is fine with that, has always been fine with that, will always be fine with that. So you can be fine with it too. Prediction is always limited by design. There's a reason weather forecasts can't tell you if it will rain 3 weeks from now. It's not because meteorologists aren't smart enough. It's not because the computers aren't powerful enough. It's because prediction has fundamental limits built into the structure of reality itself. This is called chaos theory, and it shows that some systems are inherently unpredictable beyond a certain point, not because of lack of information, but because of how the systems work. Weather is a chaotic system. Tiny differences in initial conditions create huge differences in outcomes. A butterfly flaps its wings in Brazil, and weeks later there's a tornado in Texas. That's not metaphor. That's mathematics. That's how sensitive weather systems are to initial conditions. And you can never measure initial conditions perfectly. There's always some uncertainty in your measurements, some tiny variable you missed. And in chaotic systems, that tiny uncertainty grows exponentially, doubles every few days, until your prediction becomes meaningless. Meteorologists can predict weather pretty well for a few days, somewhat well for a week. Beyond that, guesswork. Not because they're bad at their jobs, but because the universe doesn't allow perfect prediction of chaotic systems. The limit isn't in the scientists, it's in reality. Your life is a chaotic system too, sensitive to initial conditions, influenced by tiny variables you can't measure, shaped by butterfly effects you'll never trace. And that means your life is fundamentally unpredictable beyond a certain point. You can plan, you can prepare, you can make educated guesses, but you cannot know. The universe doesn't allow it. The mathematics doesn't support it. Reality has built-in limits on prediction. Consider the three-body problem. If you have two objects in space, like Earth and the Moon, you can predict their orbits perfectly. The mathematics works. You can calculate where they'll be 1,000 years from now with incredible precision. Add a third body, just one more object, and suddenly perfect prediction becomes impossible. The system becomes chaotic. You can still make approximations. You can still estimate. But exact prediction over long time frames, impossible. Not because we haven't solved the equation, but because no solution exists. The universe doesn't permit perfect prediction of three-body systems. If three objects make perfect prediction impossible, what about your life? You're not interacting with three things. You're interacting with thousands, millions, every person you meet, every choice you make, every random event. all of them influencing each other in ways you can't fully model. Your life is far more than a three-body problem. It's impossibly complex, which means perfect prediction isn't just difficult. It's mathematically impossible. You've been beating yourself up for not seeing things coming, for not predicting how things would turn out, for lacking the vision to know what path to take. But you're demanding something the universe doesn't allow. You're expecting yourself to do something that's physically impossible. Limited prediction isn't a personal failure. It's a universal constant. Even quantum mechanics limits prediction. You can predict probabilities. You can say an electron has a 30% chance of being here, a 70% chance of being there. But you cannot predict exactly where it will be. The universe doesn't determine that until the moment of measurement. Some things are fundamentally indeterminate, not unknown, indeterminate, not yet decided, not yet real, waiting for the moment to become specific. Your future is like this. Some parts are probable, some parts are possible, but none of it is predetermined in the way you imagine. The universe hasn't decided yet. Reality is still choosing. You're living in the quantum uncertainty between possible futures, and you cannot predict which possibility will become reality, because it doesn't exist yet. It hasn't been chosen yet. The universe itself doesn't know yet. Economic predictions have the same problem. Economists try to predict markets' inflation growth. They have sophisticated models, vast amounts of data, powerful computers, and they're wrong constantly. Not because they're bad economists, but because economies are complex adaptive systems, chaotic systems, systems that respond to predictions about themselves, creating feedback loops that make prediction even harder. If you predict a stock will go up, people buy it, which makes it go up, which validates your prediction, but also changes the system you were predicting. Your prediction becomes part of the system, which makes the system unpredictable in new ways. Your life has this property too. Your predictions about yourself change you. Your expectations shape your behavior. You can't predict your future without becoming part of what shapes that future. You can't observe your life without changing it. This isn't a flaw. This is fundamental. This is how complex systems work when they include conscious observers. Climate scientists can model long-term trends. They can say temperatures will rise. They can predict general patterns. But they can't tell you if a specific hurricane will form on a specific date. They can't predict individual weather events years in advance. Because while climate is predictable, weather is chaotic. Your life has climate and weather too. You can see general trends. You can predict broad patterns. But specific events, individual moments, those remain uncertain. Not because you're not looking carefully enough, but because they're chaotic, because the system doesn't allow specific long-term prediction. Even your own behavior is somewhat unpredictable. Neuroscientists studying decision-making have found that your brain starts preparing for a decision before you consciously know you've decided. Your consciousness lags behind your neural activity, which means you don't fully know what you're going to choose until after your brain has already started choosing it. You can't perfectly predict yourself. Even you are partially a mystery to yourself. Biologists can't predict exactly how evolution will proceed. They can identify pressures. They can describe mechanisms. But which mutations will occur? Which ones will be beneficial? Which species will emerge? Impossible to know. Evolution is contingent, dependent on chance, on random mutations, on unpredictable environmental changes. If evolution can't be predicted, why do you expect your personal development to be predictable? If nature itself is fundamentally uncertain about what species will exist in 1,000,000 years, why do you demand certainty about who you'll be in 5 years? The limits on prediction aren't about intelligence or effort or vision. They're about the nature of complex systems, about chaos and quantum uncertainty and sensitive dependence on initial conditions, about feedback loops and emergence and contingency. These limits are universal. They apply to weather and economies and evolution and ecosystems and your life. They're not personal, they're physical. You don't have poor vision because you can't predict your future. You have normal vision, human vision, the kind of vision that works within the constraints reality provides. Perfect prediction isn't possible. Not for you, not for anyone, not for any system. It's not in the design. It can't be in the design. The universe doesn't work that way. So you can stop demanding it of yourself. You can stop feeling guilty for not knowing. You can stop comparing yourself to an impossible standard. You can make your best guess. You can plan as well as you can. You can prepare for likely outcomes. And then you can accept that beyond a certain point, you just don't know, can't know, will never know. Because prediction is always limited by design, by the universe's design, not yours. Time does not flow the way. It feels right now feels like the present. A moment ago feels like the past. A moment from now feels like the future. This seems obvious. This seems like how time works. But physics tells a different story. According to relativity, time doesn't flow. It doesn't move. It doesn't pass. Time is a dimension like space. All moments exist. Past, present, future, all laid out in a four-dimensional structure called space-time. Nothing is flowing. Nothing is passing. It just is. When you're waiting, time feels slow. When you're engaged, time feels fast. When you're anxious, time feels heavy. But the clock shows the same duration regardless. The time that passed is the same. Your experience of that time is what changed. Time in physics is not the same as time in experience. Physical time is measured by clocks, by atomic vibrations, by the decay of particles. It's objective. It's consistent. It doesn't care how you feel. Experiential time is subjective, elastic, variable. It stretches and compresses based on your attention, your emotion, your memory. An hour in pain feels longer than an hour of joy, even though both are 60 minutes by the clock. You've been judging yourself by experiential time, feeling like you're behind, feeling like time is running out, feeling like you're late, delayed, not where you should be temporally. But that feeling is experiential time talking. It's your subjective sense, your emotional relationship with duration. It's not physical time. It's not objective reality. It's your brain's interpretation. When you were a child, summers felt endless. Years felt long. Time stretched before you in what seemed like infinite possibility. Now years pass quickly. Summers fly by. Where did the time go? The time went nowhere. The years are still the same length, 365 days. The difference is in your brain. As you age, each year becomes a smaller fraction of your total life. Each new year is less novel. Your brain doesn't encode it as thoroughly, so it feels shorter in memory. Physical time stayed constant. Your experience of it changed. Einstein showed that time is relative. It passes at different rates depending on velocity and gravity. Time moves slower near massive objects. Time moves slower at high speeds. This isn't theory. This is measured. GPS satellites have to account for this, or they wouldn't work. An astronaut on the International Space Station ages slightly slower than people on Earth. Not much, fractions of a second over months, but measurably. Their clocks literally run slower. Their time literally passes differently. If time can pass at different rates for different observers, then late is meaningless. Late relative to what? To whose time? In whose reference frame you feel late. But that's experiential time. That's your subjective sense measured against culturally constructed expectations. That's not physics. That's psychology. Time dilation near black holes is extreme. Get close enough to a black hole and time slows dramatically relative to distant observers. You could orbit a black hole for what feels like an hour, and when you return to Earth, years might have passed. Who is late in that scenario? You who experienced an hour, or Earth where years passed? Neither. Both. The question doesn't make sense. Time is relative. Late is meaningless without specifying relative to whom. Your brain constructs your experience of time. It doesn't record time like a video camera. It samples moments. It creates highlights. It builds a narrative. And that narrative is edited heavily by emotion and attention. Fearful moments get encoded strongly. Your brain records them in detail because they might be important for survival. So they feel longer in retrospect. You remember them as lasting longer than they physically did. Routine moments get compressed. Your brain doesn't bother encoding them thoroughly. Nothing novel happened, nothing threatening, so they barely register in memory. They feel like they passed quickly, like they barely existed. Your sense of how much time has passed is constructed from memory, not from actual duration. Your memory of a year filled with routine will feel shorter than a year filled with new experiences, even though both were 365 days. When you feel like you've wasted time, you're responding to memory, not to actual duration. You're responding to the lack of encoded novel experiences, to the feeling that not enough memorable moments were created. But the time itself was still there. You still lived it. You still experienced 365 days. Time in physics is just a coordinate, a way to locate events. It doesn't flow from past to future. That's a psychological experience, a feature of consciousness, not a feature of the universe. Some physicists think the past and future exist just as much as the present, that the flow of time is an illusion created by consciousness, that all moments are equally real, laid out in a four-dimensional structure. You experience them sequentially because that's how consciousness works. But they all exist. If this is true, then you haven't lost past time. It still exists. Those years you think you wasted are still there in space-time as real as this moment, just not accessible to your current consciousness. And your future already exists too, in some sense. Not determined, not unchangeable, but existing as a set of possibilities in the structure of space-time. You're not late for a future that's already there. Your anxiety about time is experiential. It's your brain interpreting duration through emotion. It's valid as an experience. But it's not reporting physical reality. It's reporting your psychological relationship with duration. And that relationship is flexible, changeable, under your influence in ways that physical time is not. You can't make physical time move faster or slower, but you can change your experience of it. You can create more memorable moments. You can engage more fully. You can pay more attention. And time will feel different even though the clock shows the same. When you're present engaged, absorbed time feels full. Not fast or slow, just full, rich, dense with experience. When you're anxious, waiting unfulfilled time feels empty, slow but also wasted, passing without value. The difference isn't in the time, it's in your engagement with the time. You're not late. That's experiential time talking. That's your brain comparing your current position to an imagined timeline constructed from cultural expectations and internalized pressure. That's not physics. That's not reality. That's interpretation. Physical time doesn't care about your timeline. The universe doesn't have a schedule for you. Time doesn't judge. It doesn't hurry. It doesn't slow for anyone. It just is. Passing at its own rate. Constant, reliable, indifferent. Your feeling of being late is real. Your anxiety is real. But it's responding to experiential time, not physical time. It's responding to your interpretation, not to objective reality. And interpretations can change. Feelings can shift. Your relationship with time can evolve. Because time doesn't flow the way it feels. It flows the way physics says it does. Constant, relative, indifferent to your anxiety about it. And in that indifference, there's freedom. Freedom from the tyranny of feeling late. Freedom from the pressure of experiential time. Freedom to exist in physical time, which has no judgment, no schedule, no expectation, just duration, just existence, just now, and now, and now. The future is not fully determined. There's a question physicists and philosophers have argued about for centuries. Is the future already determined? Is it written somewhere? Is there only one possible way things can unfold? Classical physics suggested yes. If you knew the position and velocity of every particle in the universe, you could calculate the future perfectly. The future would be determined by the present. No free will, no genuine choice. Just particles following laws. But quantum mechanics changed everything. At the quantum level, the future is genuinely undetermined. An electron can decay or not decay. A particle can go left or go right, and nothing determines which until it happens. The universe itself doesn't know until the moment of occurrence. This isn't just hidden information. It's not that the universe has decided, but isn't telling us. It's that the universe hasn't decided. Reality is genuinely open, genuinely indeterminate. Multiple futures are possible, actually possible, not just in our imagination, in reality, in physics, in the structure of the universe. Which means your future is not written. It's not predetermined. It's not set in stone. It's genuinely open. Multiple paths exist. Multiple outcomes are real possibilities. You haven't failed at a predetermined life. There is no predetermined life. There's no script you were supposed to follow. No destiny you were supposed to fulfill. No single correct path that you missed. The universe doesn't work that way. Reality allows multiple possibilities. And which one becomes actual isn't decided until it happens. Think about a quantum measurement. Before you measure an electron's position, it exists in superposition. Multiple positions at once. Multiple possibilities simultaneously real. Only when you measure does it collapse into one definite position. Before the measurement, the future is open. Multiple outcomes exist. After the measurement, one outcome is actual. But which one? Nothing determined that ahead of time. Nothing decided it in advance. It happened when it happened. One possibility became actual. The others didn't. Your life has quantum moments too. Moments where multiple futures branch out before you, where genuine choices exist, where nothing has determined which path you'll take, where even physics allows genuine openness. Some versions of quantum mechanics suggest that all possibilities actually happen, that the universe branches, that every time a quantum choice occurs, reality splits. Multiple universes, each following different outcomes. In some universe, you made one choice. In another universe, you made a different choice. Both are real. Both exist. If this is true, then there's no single future you failed to achieve. There are multiple futures, multiple yous, multiple paths, all equally real, all equally valid. You didn't miss the right future. You're living one of many possible futures. But even if many worlds' interpretation isn't correct, even if the universe doesn't branch, the fundamental point remains. The future was not determined in advance. Multiple outcomes were genuinely possible, and which one became real was not foreordained. Classical determinism said every effect has a cause. Follow the chain of causes backward, and you can explain everything. Follow it forward, and you can predict everything. The future is just the inevitable consequence of the past. But quantum mechanics breaks this chain. Some effects don't have definite causes. Some events are genuinely random, not chaotic, not unpredictable due to complexity, but genuinely random, genuinely without prior cause. Radioactive decay has no cause. An atom sits there. Then it decays. Why? Why that moment and not another? No reason, no cause, no prior condition that determined the timing. It just happened. Randomly. Genuinely randomly. If effects can exist without causes, then the future is not determined by the past. Then genuinely new things can happen. Things not predetermined by prior conditions. Things that are genuinely creative, genuinely open. Your choices might be like this too, not determined by your past, not inevitable consequences of your history, but genuinely open, genuinely creative, genuinely free. You don't have a destiny that you've failed. You have possibilities, plural, multiple potential futures, and which one becomes real is not predetermined. Evolution shows this too. Replay the tape of life and it would unfold differently. Different species would emerge. Different adaptations would occur. The same environmental pressures wouldn't produce the same outcomes because there's randomness in mutation. There's contingency in which species happen to be in the right place at the right time. Humans aren't inevitable. We're contingent, lucky, one possible outcome among many. If you rewound Earth's history and played it again, something intelligent might evolve, but it probably wouldn't be anything like us. Your life is like this too. Your current situation isn't inevitable. It's contingent. It's one possibility that happened to become real. Not the only possibility. Not the destined possibility, just the one that occurred, and other possibilities still exist. Ahead of you, in the open future, in the undetermined tomorrow. Chaos theory adds another layer. Even in classical systems, prediction becomes impossible beyond a certain point. Small uncertainties grow exponentially. The future becomes unknowable, and if it's unknowable, it's effectively undetermined from any practical perspective. You can't know the future, not because you're not trying hard enough, but because the future doesn't exist yet. It hasn't been determined. It's still forming, still becoming, still open. Your past doesn't determine your future. Not completely, not inevitably. Yes, it influences. Yes, it shapes. Yes, it creates probabilities, but it doesn't determine. It doesn't close all doors but one. New possibilities remain. New choices exist. New paths are available. Not because you're ignoring your past, but because the future is genuinely open. Because reality allows it. Because physics supports it. You haven't failed at a predetermined destiny. There is no predetermined destiny. There's no single correct future you were supposed to reach. No perfect life you were supposed to live. There are possibilities, many of them. And which ones become real isn't decided in advance, isn't written in stone, isn't inevitable. The universe is still creating itself, still becoming, still determining what will be through the unfolding of what is. And you're part of that creative process. Your choices matter. Your actions influence outcomes. Not because you're controlling a predetermined script, but because you're participating in the ongoing creation of an undetermined future. Nothing is broken. No destiny is failed. No predetermined path is missed. Because there is no predetermined path. There's just the open future, full of possibility, full of potential, full of multiple ways things could unfold. And you're moving into it, one choice at a time, one moment at a time, creating your future through living. Not following it, not finding it, creating it. The future is not fully determined, which means your future is still open, still possible, still becoming. And that's not a problem. That's not uncertainty to fear. That's freedom. That's possibility. That's the genuine openness of a universe that hasn't decided yet. A universe that's still choosing, still creating, still becoming, just like you. Control is always partial. You're in control of your body right now. You can move your arm. You can turn your head. You can decide to take a breath. This feels like control. Complete control over your physical self. But your heart is beating without your permission. Your pupils are dilating and contracting based on light levels you're not consciously tracking. Your immune system is fighting off pathogens you don't know exist. Your liver is filtering toxins you never asked it to filter. Your neurons are firing in patterns you didn't choose. You control some things, but most of what keeps you alive happens without your control, without your knowledge, without your consent. And this is fine. This is how it's supposed to work. If you had to consciously control every biological process, you'd die within minutes. You'd forget to digest. You'd forget to filter blood. You'd forget to maintain blood pressure. Partial control is not a failure of control. It's the only kind of control that exists. In nature, in biology, in any complex system. Science has never promised total control. Scientists don't control their experiments completely. They control variables. They set up conditions. But they can't control quantum fluctuations. They can't control cosmic rays passing through their equipment. They can't control every variable in a complex system. They work with partial control, and they get results anyway. Real results, useful results, life-saving results, all from partial control. A farmer doesn't control the weather, doesn't control the exact germination rate of seeds, doesn't control which insects will come, doesn't control soil microbes or underground water flows, or the exact temperature each day. A farmer controls when to plant, what to plant, how much to water, where to place things. Partial control. Working with nature, not controlling it. And somehow food grows. Harvests happen. Life is sustained. Partial control is sufficient. It always has been. Throughout all of human history, we've survived with partial control. We've thrived with partial control. We've built civilizations with partial control. Total control was never the goal. It was never possible. It was never needed. You're trying to control things you can't control. Your future, other people's opinions, outcomes of situations, economic conditions, other people's choices, random events, timing, circumstances. These things are outside your control. Not because you're not trying hard enough, but because they're outside everyone's control. They're influenced by too many factors, by chaos, by randomness, by other people's agency, by quantum uncertainty. You can influence them. Sometimes, partially, but you cannot control them. And trying to control them exhausts you without actually giving you more control. A captain of a ship doesn't control the ocean, doesn't control the weather, doesn't control currents or wind or waves. But a captain still matters. A captain still influences outcomes by adjusting the sails, by changing course, by making decisions with the information available. Partial control, sufficient control. The only kind of control that exists when you're working with forces larger than yourself. You can control your actions, mostly. You can control your attention, partially. You can control your immediate responses, to some degree. You can control what you choose to do next, within limits. This partial control is real control. It matters. It shapes outcomes. It influences your life. But it's partial, always partial, necessarily partial. And this is okay. This is how reality works. This is how complex systems function. This is how life operates. Evolution doesn't control outcomes. It influences them through selection pressure. But mutation is random. Environmental changes are unpredictable. Which species survive is partially luck, partially timing, partially being in the right place when conditions change. Evolution works through partial influence, not total control. And it created everything alive today, including you. Partial control is powerful enough to create billions of species over billions of years. You don't need more control than evolution has. You don't need more control than farmers have. You don't need more control than ship captains have. You need to work with the control you have. Accept the limits of that control. And stop exhausting yourself trying to control things that no one can control. Weather patterns are controlled by too many variables to ever be fully controlled. The flutter of a butterfly in Brazil affects weather in North America weeks later. Every tiny air current matters. Every small temperature variation compounds. The system is too complex for total control, but we still build houses. We still plan outdoor events. We still fly airplanes. We work with partial prediction. We adapt to conditions. We influence what we can and accept what we can't. Your life is like this. Too many variables to control completely. Too many other people involved. Too many random factors. Too much chaos in the system. But you can still build a life. You can still make plans. You can still move forward. With partial control. With adaptation. With influence instead of domination. A parent doesn't control their child. They influence. They guide. They create conditions. But the child has their own agency, their own personality, their own choices. A parent who tries for total control creates problems. A parent who works with influence creates relationship. Partial control. Sufficient control. The only healthy kind of control in relationships. You've been trying to control other people, their opinions of you, their choices, their feelings. But people aren't controllable. They have their own minds, their own agency, their own reasons. You can influence them through your actions, through your words, through your presence, but you cannot control them, and trying to control them damages relationships without actually giving you control. The economy is too complex to control. Governments try, central banks try, they influence, they adjust interest rates, they change policies, but they cannot control outcomes completely. Too many people making too many decisions, too many external factors, too much randomness in human behavior, partial control, influence, adjustment. That's what's possible. That's what works. That's all that's ever worked. You're trying to control your career outcomes, your financial future, your success. But these are influenced by economics, by other people's decisions, by timing, by chance meetings, by random opportunities. You can work hard, you can prepare, you can make good decisions, partial control, real influence, but not total control, never total control. And that's okay. People succeed with partial control all the time. People build careers, earn livings, create security, all while only having partial control over outcomes. Your effort matters, even when you can't control results. Your preparation matters even when timing is out of your hands. Your choices matter even when other factors influence outcomes. Partial control is real. It's valuable. It's sufficient. It's all anyone has ever had. Science works by controlling some variables and measuring others. In an experiment, you control what you can and observe what happens. You don't control everything. You can't. The universe won't let you. But you learn anyway. You discover anyway. You make progress anyway. Through partial control. Through working with the system instead of dominating it. You can work with your life instead of trying to dominate it. You can influence instead of control. You can guide instead of force. You can adapt instead of resist. This isn't giving up. This isn't surrender. This is wisdom. This is working with reality instead of against it. This is accepting how complex systems actually function. A river doesn't control where it flows. Gravity and landscape control that. But the river still shapes the landscape over time, carves canyons, creates valleys, influences erosion patterns, partial control creating massive effects over time. You're like the river. You don't control every factor in your life, but you still shape your life over time. Your consistent actions matter. Your persistent effort creates effects. Your choices accumulate into outcomes. Partial control. Working with forces larger than yourself. Influencing. Adapting. Flowing. Creating. This is enough. This has always been enough. This is all anyone has ever had. Control is always partial. For everyone, in every situation, throughout all of history, in every complex system, you're not lacking control. You have the normal amount, the human amount, the only amount that exists. And it's enough. It's always been enough. Let go of total control. It was never available. It was never needed. It was never the point. Work with partial control. Influence what you can. Accept what you can't. Adapt to conditions. Flow with forces larger than yourself. This is how nature works. This is how life works. This is how you can work too. Partial control. Sufficient control. Real control. The only kind there is. Probability governs more than intention. You worked hard on that project. You did everything right. You prepared thoroughly. You gave it your full effort. And it failed anyway. Not because you did something wrong. Not because you didn't try hard enough. It failed because of factors outside your control. Because of timing. Because of chance. Because probability governs more than intention. A seed can be perfect. Strong genetics, viable, ready to grow. But if it lands on concrete, it won't grow. Not because there's anything wrong with the seed, but because conditions matter. Probability matters. Circumstance matters more than the seed's intention to grow. Does this make the seed worthless? Does this mean the seed failed? No. It means the seed encountered conditions outside its control. Probability didn't favor it. That's not a judgment of the seed's value. That's just circumstance. You are not your outcomes. Your value is not determined by results. Your worth is not measured by what happened. Because what happened was influenced by probability, by chance, by factors you never controlled. In quantum mechanics, identical particles in identical conditions can have different outcomes. Two electrons, same state, same energy, same everything. You send them through the same experiment. One goes left, one goes right. Why? No reason. Pure probability. The universe rolled dice. Are the particles different in value because they had different outcomes? No. They're identical particles. Same worth, same nature. Different outcomes due to probability, not due to inherent difference. You've had outcomes that felt like failures, felt like judgments on your worth, felt like proof you weren't good enough. But outcomes are influenced by probability, by timing, by context, by factors you never saw and couldn't control. The outcome is not you. The result is not your value. What happened is not who you are. A baseball player can hit the ball perfectly. Perfect contact, perfect angle, perfect power. And the ball goes right to a fielder. Out. Not because the hit was bad. The hit was perfect. But probability placed a fielder in that exact spot. The outcome was an out. The action was excellent. Baseball players know this. They track quality of contact, not just results, because they know probability influences outcomes. A well-hit ball can be an out. A poorly hit ball can be a hit. Outcomes and actions don't always align. Your outcomes don't always reflect your actions either. You can do everything right and still fail. You can do everything wrong and accidentally succeed. Because probability is involved. Because chance matters. Because the universe isn't a perfect meritocracy where outcomes always match intentions. Evolution shows this clearly. Fitness doesn't guarantee survival. A perfectly adapted organism can go extinct if an asteroid hits. A less adapted organism can survive if it happens to be in the right place when conditions change. Success in evolution is partially fitness, partially luck, partially timing. The dinosaurs were successful for millions of years. Then random chance a space rock and they're extinct. Were they failures? Were they less valuable? No. They were unlucky. Probability didn't favor them that time. Your setbacks don't make you less valuable. Your failures don't define your worth. Your outcomes don't measure your essence. Because probability governs more than intention. Medical treatments show this too. Two patients, same disease, same treatment, same care. One recovers, one doesn't. Why biology is probabilistic? Bodies are complex. Individual variation matters. Chance matters. The patient who didn't recover isn't less worthy, isn't less valuable, isn't less important. They just had a different outcome. Probability governed the result more than their worth as a person. You've blamed yourself for outcomes you couldn't control. You've taken responsibility for results that were heavily influenced by chance. You've let outcomes define your value when outcomes are partially random. A coin flip lands heads or tails. 50-50 probability. If it lands tails, does that mean the coin is broken? that the coin failed, that the coin is worthless. No, it means probability determined the outcome. The coin is still a coin, still has the same value, regardless of how it landed. You're not defined by how things landed, by which opportunities came through, by which efforts succeeded. You're defined by your nature, by your essence, by who you are, independent of probabilistic outcomes. Genetics is probability. Two parents. The child could inherit any combination of their genes, millions of possible combinations. Which one manifests probability, chance, random selection? Are children more valuable based on which genetic combination they randomly received? No, each combination creates a valid human. Each outcome is a person. Genetics is probability. Value is inherent. Your circumstances are partially probability. Where you were born, when you were born, what opportunities were available, what resources existed, what timing allowed. All of this is partially chance, partially beyond your control. You didn't choose your starting conditions. You didn't select your context. Probability gave you your circumstances, and then you worked within them. Did the best you could with what you had. The outcomes reflect probability and circumstance as much as they reflect you, maybe more than they reflect you. Markets are probabilistic. You can make the right investment decision and lose money because the market moved unpredictably. You can make a poor decision and make money because timing happened to work out. Outcomes don't always reflect decision quality. Professional investors know this. They think in probabilities. They accept that good decisions sometimes have bad outcomes, that bad decisions sometimes have good outcomes. They judge their process, not just their results, because they know probability influences outcomes independent of decision quality. You can make good choices and have bad outcomes. You can make mistakes and luck into success. The outcome is not a reliable measure of your worth or your decision-making ability. Weather is probabilistic. A 30% chance of rain means it might rain, might not. If it rains, that doesn't mean the forecast was wrong. If it doesn't rain, that doesn't mean the forecast was wrong. Probabilistic predictions allow for multiple outcomes. Your life is probabilistic too. You make choices with uncertain outcomes. You take actions that have a range of possible results. Which result manifests depends on probability as much as on your choice. And whichever result manifests doesn't define your value, doesn't measure your worth, doesn't prove anything about who you are. Chemistry is probabilistic. Molecules collide. Sometimes they react, sometimes they don't. Even with the right energy, the right orientation, there's still probability involved. Not every collision leads to a reaction. Are the molecules that didn't react less valuable, less real, less important? No. They're molecules. They exist. They have value, independent of whether this particular collision led to a reaction. You've had collisions that didn't lead to reactions, efforts that didn't lead to results, attempts that didn't lead to success. Not because you're less valuable, not because you're less capable, but because probability is involved. Because not every collision reacts, because outcomes are uncertain. Your value exists independent of outcomes. Your worth is inherent, not earned through results. Your importance is fundamental, not proven through success. Because probability governs more than intention. Chance influences outcomes more than most people want to admit. And outcomes, therefore, don't reliably measure value. You are not your outcomes. You are not your results. You are not the sum of what happened to happen when probability was involved. You are you, inherently valuable, fundamentally worthy, regardless of how the dice rolled, regardless of what probability decided, regardless of which outcomes manifested from uncertain situations. The outcome is not you. The result is not your value. Probability governs more than intention, and your worth governs more than probability. Many causes remain invisible. You see a tree growing in a forest. It's leaning slightly to the left. Why, you might guess wind, but you're only seeing part of the story. Underground, invisible to you, the roots encountered a rock years ago. They grew around it. The asymmetry in the root system created the lean. The cause is invisible, hidden underground, unavailable to your observation. Most causes are like this, hidden, invisible, operating in places you can't see, in ways you can't observe, at scales you can't perceive. You don't see the bacteria in your gut that influence your mood. You don't see the neurotransmitters that affect your decision-making. You don't see the subtle environmental toxins that might be affecting your energy. You don't see the childhood experiences encoded in your neural pathways that shape your reactions. Invisible causes, all of them, affecting you, shaping you, influencing outcomes, without ever being visible. Your inability to see them doesn't mean they don't exist. Not seeing the cause doesn't mean you are the cause. Not knowing why something happened doesn't mean you're to blame. Dark matter makes up most of the universe. We can't see it, can't detect it directly, can't interact with it except through gravity. But we know it's there because galaxies don't behave the way they should if only visible matter existed. Something invisible is providing additional gravitational pull. Can't see it, can't touch it, can't observe it directly, but it's real. It's there. It's influencing everything. Invisibly. Your life has dark matter too. Invisible influences, hidden causes, factors you'll never see that are shaping outcomes. And your inability to see them doesn't mean they're not there. Radiation is invisible. You can't see it, can't feel it, can't detect it with your senses, but it's there, passing through you, affecting your cells, creating mutations in your DNA. Invisible causes with real effects. If you develop cancer, was it your fault? Did you cause it? Maybe you were exposed to radiation you never saw. Maybe your cells accumulated mutations from invisible causes you never knew about. The effect is visible. The cause might remain invisible forever. Not knowing the cause doesn't make you the cause. Childhood experiences create neural pathways. These pathways influence your adult behavior in ways you don't understand. You might react strongly to something and not know why. The cause is buried in your history, encoded in connections between neurons you can't observe. The trigger is visible. The cause is invisible. And you blame yourself for the reaction because you don't see the invisible cause. But invisible doesn't mean non-existent. Hidden doesn't mean unreal. Not seeing the cause doesn't mean the cause isn't there. Quantum fields permeate all of space. They're invisible, undetectable by normal senses. But they're real. They influence particles. They create effects. They shape reality, all while being completely invisible to direct observation. Physics accepts invisible causes. Physics knows that not seeing something doesn't mean it's not there. Physics works with invisible fields, virtual particles, quantum fluctuations, all influencing visible outcomes. Why do you demand to see all causes before accepting they exist? Why do you assume that if you can't see why something happened, you must be to blame? Hormones are invisible, tiny molecules flowing through your bloodstream, affecting your mood, influencing your energy, changing your perception. You can't see them, can't feel them directly, but they're there, causing effects, creating outcomes. On a day when your cortisol is high, you might feel anxious. Is that your fault? Is that a personal failing? Or is it an invisible biological cause creating a visible effect? Not seeing the cortisol doesn't make the cortisol unreal. Not feeling the hormone doesn't mean the hormone isn't affecting you. Microbiomes in your gut produce neurotransmitters. These travel to your brain. They affect your mood. Your digestion, invisible to your conscious mind, is influencing your emotional state. You can't see this connection, but it's there. It's real. It's causal. You feel depressed and blame yourself. But maybe your gut bacteria are producing less serotonin. Maybe the cause is invisible. Maybe the cause is biological, not personal. Maybe you're not failing. Maybe you're experiencing an invisible cause with a visible effect. Economic conditions are invisible to most people. You don't see the complex interactions between interest rates, money supply, global trade currency values. But these invisible factors affect your job prospects, your wages, your opportunities. You struggle financially and blame yourself. But maybe the cause is macroeconomic. Maybe it's invisible policy decisions made by central banks. Maybe it's global trade patterns you never see. Maybe the cause is hidden in systems too large and complex to observe directly. Not seeing the cause doesn't mean you are the cause. Air pressure is invisible. You can't see it. But it affects weather. It creates wind. It influences storms. Invisible cause. Visible effects. Your life has invisible pressures too. Social conditions, cultural expectations, historical contexts, family dynamics that shaped you before you could understand them. All invisible now. All still influencing you. All still creating effects. Trauma can be encoded in the body in ways that are invisible even to you. Your nervous system might be in a state of hypervigilance because of events you don't consciously remember. You feel anxious and don't know why. The cause is there, encoded somatically, but invisible to your conscious awareness. Not knowing why you feel something doesn't mean the feeling is invalid. Not seeing the cause doesn't mean the cause isn't real. Electromagnetic fields are invisible. Radio waves pass through you constantly. You don't see them, don't feel them, but they're there. They're real. They carry information. They affect electronic devices, invisible causes with measurable effects. Your inability to see a cause is a limitation of your perception, not a limitation of causality. Reality is full of invisible causes. Physics is full of invisible causes. Biology is full of invisible causes. You not seeing them doesn't make them disappear, doesn't make you solely responsible for effects that have invisible causes. Epigenetics shows that your genes can be expressed differently based on invisible environmental factors. Stress, nutrition exposure to toxins, all of these can change which genes are active without changing the DNA sequence itself. You inherit not just genes, but patterns of gene expression, invisible inheritance, invisible causes affecting your biology, shaping your tendencies, influencing your health. Not seeing this inheritance doesn't mean it's not affecting you. Not knowing about epigenetics doesn't make epigenetics stop working. Causes remain invisible, many of them, most of them, operating continuously, influencing outcomes, creating effects, without ever being visible to you. And your inability to see them doesn't make you responsible for all effects. Doesn't mean you're to blame for everything. Doesn't mean that every problem is your fault. Not seeing doesn't mean not existing. Not knowing doesn't mean not happening. Not understanding doesn't mean not real. Invisible causes are everywhere. They're fundamental to reality. They're operating continuously. They're affecting you right now. And accepting that many causes remain invisible is liberating. It means you're not responsible for everything. It means some things happened because of invisible causes, not because of you. It means you don't have to see everything to accept that complexity exists. You don't have to understand everything to accept that you're not solely to blame. Many causes remain invisible, and that's okay. That's normal. That's how reality works. Not seeing them doesn't make them unreal, and not being able to see them doesn't make you responsible for effects they cause. Invisible causes are real causes, and you're not obligated to be omniscient. Waiting is a natural process. A crystal grows slowly, atom by atom, layer by layer. You can't see it happening. If you watch it, nothing seems to change. But leave it alone for weeks, months, years, and you'll come back to find a beautiful, intricate structure. The crystal was forming the whole time, just imperceptibly slowly. The waiting wasn't wasted time. The waiting was the process. The crystal was growing during every moment of waiting. The stillness was actually work. Invisible work, molecular work, but work nonetheless. Waiting isn't doing nothing. Waiting is allowing necessary processes to complete. Processes that cannot be rushed. Processes that take the time they take. Your body heals slowly. A broken bone doesn't heal overnight. You can't will it to heal faster. You can't force the cells to work quicker. The osteoblasts lay down new bone at their own pace. The process takes weeks. The waiting is mandatory, built into the biology. During that waiting, you might feel like you're doing nothing, like time is being wasted, like you should be recovered already. But you're healing. Every day, every hour, cells are working, tissue is forming, the bone is becoming strong again. The waiting is the healing. They're not separate. You're not waiting for healing to start. You're waiting while healing happens. The waiting is part of the process, not a delay before the process. A seed germinates slowly. First, it absorbs water. Then it activates enzymes. Then it breaks down stored starches. Then it begins cell division. Then it sends out a root. Then it pushes up a shoot. This takes days, sometimes weeks, different for every species. Each step necessary. Each step taking time. You can't make a seed germinate faster by watching it more carefully, by checking on it constantly, by worrying about it. The seed has its timeline. The biology has its pace. The waiting is built into the system. And during that waiting, the seed isn't doing nothing. It's not stuck. It's not delayed. It's germinating. The work is happening. Invisible, internal, but real. Your projects are like this too. Some things take time to develop, time to mature, time to become ready. You've planted seeds. You're waiting for them to germinate. And the waiting feels like nothing is happening. But under the surface, invisible to you, the process is unfolding. Connections are forming. Ideas are maturing. Skills are developing. The work is happening in the waiting. Wine ages slowly, years in a barrel. The liquid is sitting there, seemingly doing nothing. But chemical reactions are occurring. Tannins are softening. Flavors are developing. Complexity is emerging. The waiting is the process. The aging is the point. You can't rush good wine. If you drink it too early, it's harsh, unbalanced, not ready. The waiting isn't optional. It's not a delay. It's the actual creation of the wine's character. Your character is forming too. Through time, through experience, through the slow accumulation of days lived. You can't rush this, can't force yourself to mature faster than time allows. The waiting is how you become who you're becoming. Grief takes time. Healing from loss is a slow process, measured in months, years sometimes. There's no shortcut, no way to speed through it. The waiting is mandatory. The time is necessary. During that waiting, you're not doing nothing. You're integrating, processing, adjusting to a new reality. The work is happening, even when it feels like nothing is changing, even when it feels like you're stuck. The waiting is the grieving. They're the same process. You're not waiting to grieve. You're grieving while you wait. The time is the healing. Forests recover slowly from fire. Decades, centuries sometimes. First ash enriches the soil, then pioneer species arrive, then shrubs establish, then young trees grow, then the canopy closes. Each stage necessary, each stage taking years. The forest isn't doing nothing during this time. It's not delayed, it's not stuck, it's recovering, actively, continuously, just slowly, at ecological pace. Your recovery from difficulty is ecological too. It happens in stages. Each stage takes time. You can't skip stages, can't rush the process. The waiting between stages isn't wasted time. It's integration time. It's the space needed for each stage to complete before the next begins. Evolution happens slowly, measured in generations, thousands of years, millions of years. Natural selection works gradually, small changes accumulating, populations adapting incrementally. The species aren't doing nothing during this time. They're not stuck. They're evolving. The waiting is the evolution. The time is how change happens at biological scale. Your personal evolution is biological too. It happens gradually, over months, years. The person you're becoming isn't being delayed. They're forming, slowly. The way people actually form, the way change actually happens. Stalagmites in caves grow incredibly slowly, millimeters per century, formed by mineral-rich water dripping, drop by drop, year after year, century after century. Building up, layer by microscopic layer. The cave isn't doing nothing during this time. It's creating structure, beautiful structure, that will last for millennia. The slowness isn't a flaw. It's what creates the strength, the durability, the lasting quality. Your foundations are being built slowly too. Character, wisdom, depth, these don't form quickly, can't form quickly. They require time, require waiting, require the gradual accumulation of experience. The waiting isn't empty time, it's formation time. You're becoming something that will last, something strong, something deep, and that requires time, requires waiting, requires patience with the pace of real formation. Stars form slowly. A nebula collapses, gradually, over millions of years. Gravity pulls gas together. Density increases. Temperature rises. Eventually, fusion begins. A star is born, the whole process taking longer than human civilizations last. The nebula isn't doing nothing during this time. It's forming a star. The waiting is the formation. The time is the process. The slowness is necessary for something so massive and energetic to form stably. You're forming something too, something significant, something that requires time, something that can't be rushed. The waiting isn't a delay before your life begins. The waiting is your life. Forming, developing, becoming. Waiting is not standing still. Waiting is not wasted time. Waiting is not doing nothing. Waiting is a natural process, built into biology, built into chemistry, built into geology, built into psychology, built into healing, built into formation, built into creation. The universe waits, nature waits, reality waits, for processes to complete, for time to pass, for necessary stages to finish. And you can wait too, not passively, not desperately, but naturally, like a crystal growing, like a seed germinating, like wine aging, like a forest recovering, waiting while the invisible work happens, waiting while the process unfolds, waiting while you become. Because waiting isn't doing nothing. Waiting is allowing something to happen that can only happen over time. And time takes time. Always has. Always will. Most change happens quietly. You think you'll know when your life changes. You imagine a moment, a clear before and after, a dramatic shift you can point to and say, there, that's when everything was different. But most change doesn't work that way. Most change happens so quietly, you don't notice it happening. You only notice it happened. After, looking back, when enough time has passed that you can see you're not who you were. A tree doesn't announce when it grows. There's no sound, no signal, no marker. It just grows. Cell by cell, day by day. If you watch it, you see nothing happening. But come back a year later and it's taller. Come back 10 years later and it's a different tree. Bigger, stronger, more branches, more roots. The change happened, continuously, quietly, while you weren't watching, while nothing seemed to be happening. Your growth is like this too. Quiet, incremental, invisible day to day, but real, accumulating, creating difference over time. Snow falls silently, flake by flake, each one nearly weightless, barely there, easy to ignore, but they accumulate, inch by inch, and eventually the landscape is transformed, completely changed, from millions of tiny, quiet additions. Did you hear the landscape change? Did you notice the moment it became different? No, you looked away, and when you looked back, everything was white. The change happened in silence, in accumulation, in the sum of small, quiet moments. Your life changes like this. Small moments, small choices, small steps, each one seeming insignificant. But they accumulate, they build, and one day you look around and your life is different. You're different, changed by the quiet accumulation of barely noticed moments. Erosion is quiet, water flowing over rock, day after day, year after year, century after century. Each day the rock looks the same. Nothing seems to be happening. But the water is wearing it down, molecule by molecule, slowly, silently, inevitably. Come back 1,000 years later, and the rock is gone. The river has carved a canyon. Massive change, dramatic transformation, all from quiet, persistent, unremarkable process repeated over time. Your persistence is like this. It might feel like nothing is happening, like your efforts aren't making a difference, like you're not changing anything. But you are, quietly, slowly, wearing down obstacles, carving paths, creating change too slow to see in the moment, but undeniable over time. The seasons don't change suddenly. There's no moment when summer becomes fall, no instant when winter becomes spring. The change is gradual, each day slightly different from the last, so slightly you barely notice. But the accumulation is undeniable. One day you realize the leaves have turned. One day you notice the air is warm. The change already happened, while you weren't watching, while you were living your life, while everything seemed normal. Your transitions are like this too, from one phase of life to another, from one version of yourself to another. There's no moment, no clear line, just gradual shift, quiet change, imperceptible daily differences that accumulate into transformation. Healing happens quietly. A wound closes, but not all at once, not dramatically, cell by cell, day by day. New tissue forming, gradually, silently. If you watch it constantly, you see nothing changing. You might think nothing is happening, but look away for a week and the wound is smaller. Look away for a month and it's nearly gone. The healing was happening the whole time, quietly, invisibly, while you weren't noticing, while you worried nothing was changing. Your emotional healing works the same way, quiet, gradual, invisible day to day. You might not feel different today than yesterday, but you're different than you were a year ago. The healing happened, quietly, in small increments, in barely noticeable daily progress. Languages evolve quietly. Words change meaning, slowly, generation by generation. No one announces the change. No committee decides. It just happens. People use words slightly differently. Young people adopt new usages. Old usages fade. And eventually, the language is different. You wouldn't notice it year to year. But compare English now to English 500 years ago, and it's nearly a different language. Massive change, all from quiet, gradual, unremarkable shifts in usage. Your perspectives evolve like this. Your beliefs, your values, your understanding, not through dramatic revelations, not through sudden insights, but through quiet accumulation of experience, through gradual shifts in emphasis, through barely noticeable changes in what you notice and what you prioritize. Relationships deepen quietly, not through grand gestures, not through dramatic moments, but through accumulation, small kindnesses, small conversations, small moments of being present, each one seeming ordinary, but together, over time, they create intimacy, trust, connection. You don't notice the relationship deepening day by day. You just notice eventually that this person knows you, that you trust them, that something real has formed. The change happened quietly, in all the small, unremarkable moments you didn't think mattered. Mountains rise quietly, tectonic plates push together, millimeters per year, imperceptible but persistent. And over millions of years, mountains form. The Himalayas are still rising. Right now, quietly, a few millimeters each year. You'll never see it happen, but it's happening. Your foundation is rising too. Your strength, your capacity, your resilience, not dramatically, not obviously, but persistently, millimeters at a time. And one day, you'll look back and realize you've become something solid, something strong, something that wasn't there before. Memories fade quietly, not all at once, not obviously, but gradually. Details blur, emotions soften, sharp edges round. And one day you realize a memory that used to hurt doesn't hurt the same way anymore. The change happened while you weren't paying attention. Quietly, gradually, through the natural process of time. Your pain is fading like this, even if it doesn't feel like it today, even if it feels just as sharp as it did months ago. It's fading, imperceptibly, quietly, and one day you'll notice it's different, softer, more distant. The change happened in silence, in the accumulation of days lived. Stars die quietly. Some explode. Those are rare. Most stars just burn out, gradually, over billions of years, getting dimmer, cooler, until eventually they're gone. The change takes so long that within a human lifetime the star looks the same. But it's changing, dying, transforming, all in silence. Phases of your life end quietly too. Not with explosions, not with clear markers, just gradual fading, gradual transition. You're in one phase and then eventually you realize you're not anymore. When did it end? You can't say exactly. It ended quietly. While you weren't watching for endings, your life is not standing still. It's changing. Right now. Quietly. In ways you won't notice until later. In ways you can't see while they're happening. The tree is growing. The snow is accumulating. The rock is eroding. The seasons are shifting. The wound is healing. The language is evolving. The relationship is deepening. The mountain is rising. The memory is fading. The star is dying. The phase is ending. All of it quiet. All of it gradual. All of it real change happening in silence. You think nothing is changing because you can't see it happening. But change doesn't announce itself. It doesn't perform. It doesn't need your attention to proceed. It just happens. Quietly, persistently, inevitably. While you live your life. While you sleep. While you worry that nothing is different. Most change happens quietly, which means change is happening in your life right now. Even if you can't see it, even if you can't feel it, even if it seems like nothing is moving. The quiet change is still change, still real, still transforming you, still moving your life forward, in silence, in small increments, in barely noticeable moments. Your life is not standing still. It's changing, quietly, the way most real change happens, the way it's always happened, the way it always will. Not knowing is the default. State science has been studying the universe for thousands of years. The most brilliant minds, the most sophisticated instruments, the most careful observations. And here's what we know: almost nothing. We don't know what most of the universe is made of. We call it dark matter and dark energy because we literally don't know what else to call it. It makes up 95% of everything. And we don't know what it is. We don't know why there's something instead of nothing, why the universe exists at all. We don't know if there are other universes. We don't know what happened before the Big Bang, or if before even makes sense. We don't know how life began. We have theories, educated guesses, but we don't know. We don't know how consciousness emerges from matter, how subjective experience arises from neurons firing. We don't know why we sleep. We know we need to. We know what happens if we don't. But we don't actually know why consciousness needs to turn off every night, why sleep is necessary. The fundamental purpose remains unknown. Science, with all its knowledge, with all its progress, with all its discoveries, still operates mostly in not knowing. The known is a tiny island in an ocean of unknown. And that's not failure. That's the condition. That's reality. Not knowing is the default state. For science, for humanity, for you. You've been treating not knowing like a problem, like something wrong with you, like a gap you should have filled by now. But not knowing is normal. Not knowing is universal. Not knowing is the condition in which everyone operates, including the most knowledgeable people alive. A doctor doesn't know exactly how your specific body will respond to a treatment. They know probabilities. They know general patterns. But your specific response unknown until it happens. Medicine operates in partial knowledge, in best guesses, in not knowing. An engineer doesn't know exactly how long a bridge will last. They calculate, they estimate, they build in safety margins, but exactly when it will fail unknown. Engineering operates in uncertainty, in approximation, in not knowing. An economist doesn't know what the market will do tomorrow. They have models, they have data, they have theories, but tomorrow's actual movement unknown. Economics operates in prediction without certainty, in not knowing. You're not supposed to know everything about your life. You're not supposed to have it figured out. You're not supposed to be certain about your future, because knowing is the exception. Not knowing is the rule. We don't know how memories are stored physically in the brain. We don't know why some people develop Alzheimer's and others don't. We don't know how to prevent most diseases. We don't know how to cure most diseases. Medicine, for all its progress, operates primarily in not knowing. We don't know how many species exist on Earth. Estimates range from millions to tens of millions. We don't know what most of those species do, what roles they play, how ecosystems actually work in detail. Biology operates in vast not knowing. We don't know if we're alone in the universe. We don't know if other intelligent life exists. We don't know if we'll ever know. Astronomy points its instruments at the sky and finds mostly mystery, mostly not knowing. And this is science, the most rigorous knowledge-gathering enterprise humans have ever created. And it's mostly not knowing, mostly questions, mostly uncertainty, mostly mystery. So why do you expect yourself to know, to have answers? To be certain, you're one person, with limited information, limited perspective, limited time, limited access to your own unconscious processes. You can't know everything because knowledge isn't available. The information doesn't exist. The future isn't determined. The causes are invisible. The systems are too complex. Not knowing isn't your failure. It's the condition of existence. Quantum mechanics proved that some things are unknowable in principle, not unknown because we haven't measured them yet. Unknowable because measurement itself affects the system. Because particles don't have definite properties until observed. The universe itself operates in not knowing. Your life operates in not knowing too. You don't know how you'll feel next year, what you'll want, who you'll be. You don't know what opportunities will arise, what challenges will come, what will change. Not because you're not paying attention, but because the future doesn't exist yet. The information isn't available. Philosophers have debated fundamental questions for thousands of years. What is consciousness? What is meaning? What is good? What is real? Thousands of years, the smartest people, the most careful thinking, and still no consensus, still mostly not knowing. These questions might not have answers, might be unanswerable, might be the wrong questions. We don't know. And if philosophers with thousands of years of work can't figure it out, why do you expect yourself to have your life figured out? You're allowed to not know. You're allowed to be uncertain. You're allowed to be confused about your purpose, about your direction, about what you want, about what's right, about what to do next. Not knowing doesn't mean you're behind, doesn't mean you're failing, doesn't mean you're not trying hard enough. It means you're human. It means you're in the default state, the state everyone is in, whether they admit it or not. Scientists who claim certainty about complex systems are usually wrong. The confident predictions fail. The humble admissions of uncertainty are more accurate. Not knowing is more honest, more realistic, more in line with how reality actually works. Your uncertainty is honesty. Your not knowing is realism. Your confusion is appropriate to the complexity of life. We don't know why the universe has the physical constants it has, why gravity is exactly this strong, why the speed of light is exactly this fast. Change them slightly and atoms couldn't form. Stars couldn't exist. life couldn't emerge. But why these values, we don't know. We don't know if we could even understand the answer if someone told us. Our brains evolved to hunt and gather, to recognize faces, to navigate social groups, not to understand the fundamental structure of reality. Maybe we're not capable of knowing. Maybe our cognitive architecture has limits. We don't know. Your brain has limits too. You can't know everything about yourself. Your unconscious is mostly inaccessible. Your memories are reconstructed and unreliable. Your reasons for choices are often post hoc rationalizations. You don't fully know yourself, can't fully know yourself. No one can. And that's okay. That's normal. That's the human condition. Not knowing yourself completely, not understanding your own motivations fully, not being certain about your own desires and needs. History is mostly not knowing. We have fragments, documents, artifacts, but most of human experience is lost. We don't know how most people lived, what they thought, what they felt. The vast majority of human experience is unknown and unknowable. Your own history is mostly not knowing too. You don't remember most of your childhood. Don't remember most of your life, actually. Just highlights. Just fragments. Just reconstructed stories. Most of your own experience is lost to you, unknown even to yourself. And still you exist. Still you're valid. Still you're real. Not knowing your full history doesn't make you less real. Not knowing your future doesn't make you less valid. Not knowing yourself completely doesn't make you less worthy. Not knowing is the default state. For everyone. For everything. For all of existence. Science doesn't know. Philosophy doesn't know. Religion doesn't know. No one knows. Not really. Not completely. Not certainly. And in that universal not knowing, you're not alone. You're not behind. You're not failing. You're just human. Just alive. Just existing in the only state existence allows. Not knowing. And that's okay. That's normal. That's enough. And now we arrive at the final movement. You've learned that reality works without perfection, that uncertainty is fundamental. Now we turn to something deeper, your place in all of this. How you're part of something larger. How you're held by processes that began billions of years before you existed. You are made of recycled matter. The iron in your blood was forged inside a star. Not metaphorically, literally. Iron can only be created in the intense heat and pressure of stellar fusion. The star that made your iron burned for millions of years. Then it exploded, scattered its contents across space, and billions of years later, that iron ended up in you. Every iron atom in your hemoglobin was once inside a star. Every breath you take is possible because of ancient stellar explosions. You are made of star matter, not poetically, scientifically, actually. The calcium in your bones came from the same place. Stellar fusion, stellar explosions, supernovae creating heavy elements and scattering them across galaxies. That calcium drifted through space for billions of years, collected in nebulae, condensed into planets, entered the food chain, and eventually became part of your skeleton. You are holding up your body with ancient star stuff, with matter that has been recycling through the universe for billions of years, with atoms that have been part of countless other things before they were part of you. The oxygen you're breathing right now, some of those atoms were once breathed by dinosaurs, by ancient humans, by people who lived centuries ago. Oxygen cycles through the atmosphere, through plants, through animals, through you, and back out again. Recycling, endlessly. You're not separate from the world. You're made of the world, made of matter that's been part of the world since the beginning, made of atoms that have been through countless forms before they became you. The carbon in your cells, your DNA, your proteins. That carbon was once carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Before that, maybe it was part of a tree. Before that, part of an animal. Before that, dissolved in the ocean. Before that, in different rocks, different air, different life. That carbon has been recycling through Earth's systems for billions of years. You're borrowing these atoms. Temporarily. They were something else before you. They'll be something else after you. You're a temporary pattern, a brief arrangement of ancient matter, a momentary form that borrowed atoms from the universe and will return them when you're done. This isn't sad. This is connection. This is continuity. This is being part of something larger than yourself, something older, something that continues. The nitrogen in your amino acids came from the air, but before that, from dying organisms, from decomposition, from bacteria fixing nitrogen from the atmosphere, from the nitrogen cycle that's been running for billions of years. You're made of recycled death, recycled life, matter that's been through the cycle countless times. Nothing in you is new. Everything is recycled. Everything is ancient. Everything has a history that goes back billions of years, longer than life on Earth, longer than Earth itself, back to stellar furnaces, back to the Big Bang. You are made of the oldest matter in the universe, the same matter that's been here since the beginning, just arranged differently, just formed into you, temporarily, briefly, before returning to the cycle. The water in your body. Some of those water molecules might be billions of years old. Water cycles through Earth's system, through oceans, atmosphere, ice organisms. The same water, recycling. Some of the water in you might have been in an ancient ocean, might have been in a dinosaur, might have been in a cloud over medieval Europe. Recycling through time, through forms, through life. You're not isolated. You're not separate. You're not a distinct thing apart from the universe. You're made of universe. Your universe arranged into a human pattern, temporarily. You're what the universe is doing right now in this particular location. When you die, the atoms will return. Your carbon will go back to the atmosphere, your nitrogen to the soil, your water to the water cycle. Your calcium and iron will enter other systems, and eventually, billions of years from now, some of your atoms might be part of other life, other worlds, other stars. You're not just in the universe, you're made of universe. Your universe experiencing itself, universe looking at itself. Universe thinking about itself, through you, temporarily, briefly, but really. The hydrogen in your water is the oldest matter there is. Hydrogen formed minutes after the Big Bang, 13.8 billion years ago. The hydrogen atoms in you are that old. They've been around since the beginning. They've been part of countless things. Stars, planets, oceans, life, and now you. You're carrying atoms that are as old as the universe itself. Atoms that have witnessed everything, that have been through everything, that have been part of the entire history of matter. And now, they're part of you. This means you're not separate from history. You're not outside the story. You're made of the story. Your atoms are the story. They carry the history of the universe in their very existence. You are continuous with everything, made of the same stuff as stars, as planets, as ancient life, as the person next to you, all of it recycled matter, all of it ancient atoms, all of it connected through material continuity. The universe isn't something out there that you're separate from. The universe is you, is what you're made of, is what's arranged into your form right now. You're not in the universe like a marble in a box. You're in the universe like a wave is in the ocean. You're made of ocean. Your ocean arranged into waveform, temporarily. When you feel alone, remember you're made of matter that's been part of everything. When you feel insignificant, remember you're made of star explosions. When you feel separate, remember your recycled universe, ancient universe, connected universe. You're not separate from the cosmos. You're not watching from outside. You're not a distinct thing that happens to exist in the universe. Your universe, your cosmos, you're what 13.8 billion years of cosmic evolution looks like in this moment, in this place, in this form. You are made of recycled matter, ancient matter, star matter, universe matter, the same matter that's always been here, just formed into you, for now, for this brief moment in cosmic time. And that means you're not alone. You're not isolated. You're not separate. You're part of the largest process there is, part of the oldest story, part of everything that's ever been, connected to it, made of it, continuous with it. You are recycled universe, and the universe is still here, still cycling, still continuing, and so are you, for now, part of it, made of it, held by it, always. Your body follows ancient patterns. Your circadian rhythm is older than humanity, older than mammals, older than life on land. The 24-hour cycle of wakefulness and sleep emerged in ancient organisms billions of years ago. Single-celled organisms living in tidal pools exposed to daily cycles of light and temperature. They evolved internal clocks to anticipate these cycles, to prepare for dawn, to prepare for dusk. Those clocks passed down through evolution, through billions of years, through countless species, and ended up in you. Your sleep-wake cycle is ancient. It's not something you decided, not something you control. It's inherited biology, inherited from organisms that lived before eyes existed, before brains existed, before anything you'd recognize as life existed. You can't fight your circadian rhythm without consequences, because it's built into your cells, into your genes, into biological machinery that's been refined over billions of years. When you try to stay awake when your body wants to sleep, you're fighting ancient biology. Biology that's older than you, older than your species, older than your entire evolutionary lineage. Your body knows when to sleep, when to wake, when to be alert, when to rest. It's been doing this for billions of years, longer than you've been alive, longer than humans have existed. It knows. And trying to override it, to force it to operate on your schedule instead of its ancient pattern creates problems. Your hunger and satiety signals are ancient too. Before agriculture, before cooking, before civilization. Your ancestors ate when food was available, went hungry when it wasn't. Their bodies learned to store energy as fat, to crave calorie-dense foods, to eat beyond satiety when possible because the next meal wasn't guaranteed. Those patterns are still in you. Your body still thinks scarcity is possible, still prepares for famine, still drives you to eat more than you need. Not because you're broken, because you're following ancient patterns. Patterns that kept your ancestors alive. Patterns that are evolutionarily successful, even if they don't match modern abundance. You can't ignore these patterns without suffering, because they're built in. They're not personality flaws, not lack of willpower. They're ancient biological drives. and trying to override them completely, trying to force your body to operate against its programming, creates struggle. Your stress response is ancient. The fight or flight reaction evolved hundreds of millions of years ago, when threats were immediate, physical, when stress meant a predator, when the appropriate response was to run or fight. Right now, your body still responds this way to modern stressors, to psychological threats, to social dangers. Your heart races, your breathing quickens, your muscles tense, preparing for physical action. Because your body is following an ancient pattern, a pattern that can't distinguish between a predator and a deadline, between physical danger and social threat. You can't think your way out of this response, because it's older than thinking, older than your cortex. It's brainstem level, automatic, ancient. When you feel anxiety, your body is doing what bodies have done for hundreds of millions of years, responding to perceived threat with ancient automatic survival-oriented reactions. Your need for social connection is ancient. Primates evolved as social creatures. Survival depended on group membership. Isolation meant death. Being excluded meant being vulnerable. Your brain evolved to prioritize social connection, to make isolation painful, to make rejection feel like physical danger. When you feel lonely, you're feeling ancient pain. Pain that kept your ancestors alive by motivating them to maintain social bonds. Your need for belonging isn't weakness. It's ancient biology. Biology that's been essential for survival for millions of years. You can't just decide not to need people. Can't just override social needs with logic. Because these needs are built into brain structures that are older than logic, older than language, older than humans. Your body knows how to heal. When you cut yourself, you don't consciously direct the healing. Your body knows what to do. Platelets gather. Clotting factors activate. White blood cells arrive. Fibroblasts produce collagen. New tissue forms. Gradually, automatically, following ancient patterns. These patterns are older than you, older than mammals. The basic mechanisms of wound healing exist in organisms across the tree of life. Your body inherited these patterns, refined them, perfected them over millions of years of evolution. You don't need to micromanage your healing. Your body knows how. It's been doing this for longer than you've existed. Trying to control it, to force it to heal faster than its ancient patterns allow, doesn't help. It interferes. Your grief response is ancient. Social animals grieve. Elephants grieve. Dolphins grieve. Primates grieve. When a member of the group dies, animals show behaviors that look like mourning. Withdrawal, loss of appetite, behavioral changes. These responses are evolutionarily old. You grieve because your brain is designed to form attachments, to bond with others. And when those bonds break, your brain responds with ancient patterns. Patterns that are automatic, that you can't think your way out of, that take the time they take. You can't rush grief, can't shortcut it, because it's following ancient patterns, patterns your body knows, patterns that are built into your biology. Trying to force yourself to get over it faster than the pattern allows just creates additional suffering. Your body needs rest, needs downtime, needs periods of low activity. This isn't laziness. This is ancient biology. Hunter-gatherers didn't work constantly. They worked in bursts, hunted, gathered, then rested. Their days included hours of leisure, of sitting, of doing very little. Your body expects this pattern, expects periods of activity followed by rest. Trying to maintain constant productivity, constant activity, Constant output fights against ancient patterns. Patterns that expect rest, that need rest, that are built around rest as essential, not optional. You need sleep, need real rest, need time when you're not producing. Not because you're weak, because you're human. Because your body follows patterns that are millions of years old. Patterns that include rest as necessary, as restorative, as essential for survival. Your immune system follows ancient patterns. It learned over hundreds of millions of years to distinguish self from non-self, to attack invaders, to remember previous threats. These patterns are complex, sophisticated, built through evolutionary time. You can't consciously control your immune system, can't will it to fight harder, can't think yourself healthy, because immunity follows ancient automatic patterns, patterns that are older than consciousness, that operate independently of your will. When you're sick, your body knows what to do. It's been fighting infections for millions of years. Trying to push through illness to ignore what your body is telling you fights against ancient patterns. Patterns that include rest, fever, withdrawal, all of which serve healing. Your body follows ancient patterns, sleep patterns, hunger patterns, stress patterns, social patterns, healing patterns, grief patterns, rest patterns, immune patterns, all of them older than you, older than your culture, older than humanity. Ancient biology, ancient wisdom, ancient knowing. You don't need to fight these patterns, don't need to override them, don't need to force your body to operate differently. You need to work with them, to respect them, to acknowledge that your body knows things, ancient things, things that have kept organisms alive for billions of years. Your body follows ancient patterns, and those patterns are wise, older than language, older than thought, older than you. Trust them, work with them, let them guide you, because they've been guiding life for longer than anything else, and they know how to keep you alive. Consciousness emerges without instruction. Right now you're aware. You're experiencing this moment. You're conscious of listening, of thinking, of being. And you didn't have to make this happen. You didn't have to instruct yourself to be conscious. You didn't decide to have awareness. It just emerged, automatically, without effort, without instruction. Consciousness arises on its own, from the complexity of your brain, from billions of neurons firing in patterns, from electrochemical signals cascading through networks. Somehow, from all this physical process, awareness emerges. Experience arises. You become conscious. Science doesn't fully understand how this happens, how matter becomes mind, how physical processes create subjective experience, how neurons firing creates the feeling of being you. It's called the hard problem of consciousness, and it remains unsolved, but it happens anyway, every moment, without you needing to understand it, without you needing to control it. Consciousness emerges, automatically, reliably, without instruction. When you were born, you didn't need to learn how to be conscious. You didn't take classes in awareness. You didn't practice having experiences. Consciousness was already there, already emerging from your developing brain, already creating your subjective world. You can't turn consciousness on or off through will alone. You can't decide to be more conscious right now and make it so. Consciousness has its own rhythms, its own patterns, its own emergence. It dims when you're tired, fades when you fall asleep, returns when you wake, all automatically, all following patterns you don't control, patterns that are built into your biology, into your brain's natural cycles. Sleep is consciousness releasing, letting go. fading into a different state. And you don't control this either. You can't force yourself to fall asleep. You can create conditions. You can lie down. You can close your eyes. You can relax. But the actual falling asleep, that happens on its own, without your instruction, without your control. Your brain knows how to sleep. It's been doing it since before you were born. You slept in the womb, cycling through sleep states, developing sleep patterns, all without conscious instruction, all automatically. Trying to control sleep makes it harder. The more you try to force it, the more you try to make yourself sleep, the more awake you become. Because sleep doesn't respond to effort. It responds to release, to letting go, to allowing the automatic process to unfold. Sleep is consciousness following its natural pattern, releasing its grip on wakefulness, allowing different states to emerge: dreams, deep sleep, restorative unconsciousness, all of it happening without your management, without your instruction, without your conscious control. During sleep, your consciousness doesn't disappear, it transforms. Dreams are consciousness in a different mode, processing, consolidating, creating strange narratives from memory fragments and random neural activation. You don't control your dreams. They emerge, spontaneously, following patterns you never chose. And then you wake. Consciousness returns. Not because you decided to wake, but because your brain completed its sleep cycles. Because your circadian rhythms signaled morning. Because automatic processes brought awareness back online. Without instruction, without effort, just emergence. Even during waking, consciousness fluctuates. You drift. Your attention wanders. You daydream. You zone out. Then you snap back. Refocus. All of this happening automatically. Your consciousness flowing through states, without you directing every moment, without constant instruction. Your thoughts arise without instruction too. Right now, thoughts are appearing in your consciousness. You're not manufacturing them, not creating them deliberately. They're emerging from neural activity, from associations, from memory networks activating. Thoughts bubble up. Consciousness registers them, all automatically. You can direct attention towards some thoughts, away from others. But you can't stop thoughts from arising, can't control what appears in consciousness. Thoughts emerge on their own, following patterns you don't fully control. Neural patterns, emotional patterns, habitual patterns, all operating below the level of conscious instruction. Awareness of your body is automatic. Right now, you can feel your body if you pay attention. But you weren't consciously creating those sensations. They're being generated automatically. Nerve signals, sensory processing, interoception, all happening without instruction. Consciousness receives the signals. Awareness emerges automatically. You breathe without conscious instruction. Your heart beats. Your digestion processes. And consciousness is aware of your body doing all this, or not aware, depending on where attention is. But the body continues. Consciousness emerges, all without needing instruction, without needing management. Emotions emerge without instruction. You feel what you feel, not because you decided to feel it, but because your brain generated the emotion, based on appraisal, based on memory, based on physiology, based on countless factors you never consciously access. The emotion appears in consciousness. You experience it, without having instructed it to appear. You can't decide to feel differently and immediately change the feeling. You can influence emotions indirectly, through action, through thought, through time, but the emotion itself emerges automatically, without direct conscious control, without instruction. Even your sense of self emerges without instruction. The feeling of being you, of continuity through time, of being a unified person. This sense is constructed by your brain, automatically, without you needing to maintain it consciously. You don't wake up each morning and have to remind yourself who you are. The sense of self is already there, already emerged, already constructed by automatic processes. Memory retrieval is automatic. You don't consciously search through brain structures to find a memory. You just remember. Or you don't. The memory appears in consciousness, or it doesn't. Without instruction, without conscious control of the retrieval process. Your brain does this automatically. Consciousness receives the result. Language processing is automatic. You hear words and understand meaning, without consciously translating, without instructing yourself to comprehend. Meaning emerges. Understanding arises automatically from language networks that have been trained but now operate without instruction. Right now, you're understanding these words, not because you're consciously decoding each word, but because understanding is emerging automatically from practiced neural patterns, from language areas doing what they do, without needing instruction each time. Consciousness is like breathing. You can pay attention to it. You can influence it slightly, but it happens on its own. It emerges without instruction. It follows its own patterns, its own rhythms, its own natural flow. When you fall asleep tonight, consciousness will release its grip, will fade into other states, will allow sleep to happen. And you don't need to instruct this process, don't need to manage it, don't need to control it. Your brain knows how to sleep, how to cycle through states, how to bring consciousness back in the morning. You've been trying to control consciousness, to force sleep, to manage awareness, to direct thoughts, to control emotions. But consciousness doesn't work through instruction. It works through emergence, through automatic processes, through letting go. Sleep happens when you stop trying to make it happen, when you stop instructing, when you allow the automatic process to unfold. Consciousness knows how to release. Your brain knows how to sleep. You just need to stop interfering, stop instructing, stop trying to control what emerges automatically. Tonight, you don't need to instruct consciousness to do anything. Don't need to tell yourself to sleep. Don't need to manage the process. Just lie here. Let consciousness do what it does. Let it flow through its states. Let it fade when it's ready. All automatically, all without instruction. Consciousness emerges. Sleep emerges. Waking emerges. All on their own. All following ancient patterns. All without needing your instruction, your management, your control. Let it be. Let it emerge. Let it flow. The way it always has. The way it always will. Without instruction. Without effort. Without you. Just emergence. Just consciousness being consciousness. Just sleep being sleep. Just automatic processes unfolding the way they've unfolded for millions of years. Without instruction. Without control. Just being. Life continues. Without constant effort. A tree doesn't try to grow. It doesn't wake up each morning and decide to push a little taller. It doesn't effort toward the sun. It doesn't force its roots deeper. It just grows. Automatically. Because that's what trees do. Because that's what life does. Growth happens. Without trying. Without constant effort. Without force. The tree allocates resources. responds to conditions, adjusts to environment, but it doesn't try, doesn't strain, doesn't force. Growth is automatic, built into the system, happening naturally when conditions allow. You're like this too, more than you realize, more than you've trusted. Your life continues without constant effort, not because you're forcing it, but because continuation is built in, because life sustains itself, because growth happens automatically when you stop interfering. Your cells divide without effort. Right now, millions of cells in your body are dividing, creating new cells, replacing old ones, maintaining your body. And you're not making this happen. You're not trying to divide cells. You're not putting effort into cellular maintenance. It happens automatically, because that's what living systems do. Your hair grows without effort. Your nails grow. Your skin regenerates. Your bones remodel. Your blood replenishes. All of this happening continuously, without you trying, without constant effort, just automatic biological processes, doing what they do, keeping you alive, keeping you going. You breathe without effort. When you're not thinking about it, breathing happens automatically. Your body knows how much oxygen you need, adjusts breathing rate, adjusts depth, all without conscious effort, all automatic, all sustaining life without you having to try. Your heart beats without effort. You don't have to remember to keep it beating, don't have to try to maintain circulation. It happens automatically. Billions of heartbeats in a lifetime, all without effort, all automatic, life continuing itself, without constant effort. Even your thoughts continue without effort. Right now, thoughts are arising. You're not manufacturing each thought through effort. They're appearing, flowing, emerging from neural activity. Consciousness continues. Awareness persists. Without constant effort, without force. You've been trying so hard, trying to make your life work, trying to force growth, trying to push toward goals, trying to make things happen through constant effort. But life doesn't work that way. Trees don't work that way. Your body doesn't work that way. Growth doesn't work that way. A river doesn't try to flow, it just flows, following gravity, following the path of least resistance, moving continuously, not through effort, but through natural process, through physics, through the way water works. Your life can flow too, not through constant effort, but through allowing, through working with natural processes, through trusting that life continues itself, that growth happens, that forward movement occurs, without constant force. Plants don't strain toward the sun. They respond to light. They grow toward it, naturally, automatically, through phototropism, through biological mechanisms that have been refined over millions of years of evolution. They don't try, they respond. They grow, automatically. You can respond too, to opportunities, to conditions, to what life presents, without straining, without constant effort, without force, just natural response, just allowing life to unfold, just trusting biological and psychological processes to do what they do. A child learns to walk without constant effort. They try, they fall, they get up, they try again. But they're not forcing learning, not straining to understand balance, not making effort to coordinate muscles. The learning happens, the brain figures it out, the body adapts, automatically, through practice, not through force. Your learning continues like this. You're still learning, still adapting, still growing, not through constant conscious effort, but through experience, through exposure, through your brain doing what brains do, processing, adapting, growing, automatically, Animals don't try to survive. They just do. They eat when hungry, rest when tired, move when necessary. They're not constantly efforting towards survival. They're responding to needs, following instincts, allowing life to sustain itself through automatic processes. You can allow this too, can respond to hunger instead of forcing eating schedules, can rest when tired instead of pushing through, can trust your body's signals instead of overriding them with effort. Life knows how to sustain itself. Your body knows what it needs. You don't have to force it through constant effort. Ecosystems sustain themselves without effort. A forest isn't trying to exist. It's not making constant effort to maintain itself. It just exists. Species interact. Nutrients cycle. Energy flows. Balance emerges. Not from effort, but from natural processes. From systems doing what systems do. Your life is an ecosystem too. Different parts, different needs, different processes, all interacting, and it can sustain itself, not through your constant effort to control everything, but through natural balance, through systems doing what systems do, through allowing instead of forcing. Healing happens without effort. When you cut yourself, you don't heal through trying. You don't make effort to close the wound. You just let it heal. Your body knows how. Cells migrate. Tissue forms. Healing happens. Automatically. All you do is provide conditions. Keep it clean. Don't interfere. The healing itself. Automatic. Without effort. Your emotional healing is like this too. You don't heal from grief through constant effort. You heal through time, through allowing, through not interfering with natural processes. The healing happens automatically when you stop trying to force it, when you stop efforting toward feeling better, when you just allow. The ocean doesn't try to be the ocean. Waves don't effort toward shore. Tides don't strain to rise and fall. Water does what water does, following physics, following gravity, following the moon's pull, all automatic, all natural, all without effort. You can be like water, flowing, responding, allowing, not trying constantly, not forcing every moment, not making constant effort to be something, just being. Just allowing life to continue the way it continues, automatically, naturally, without force. Seeds don't try to germinate, they just do, when conditions are right. When water is absorbed, when temperature allows, germination happens, automatically, built into the seed, not requiring effort, just requiring conditions, just requiring time. Your potential is like this, built in, ready to emerge, when conditions are right, not through constant effort, not through force, but through allowing, through providing conditions, through trusting that growth happens. When it's ready, when time is right, automatically, life continues without constant effort. It always has. Through billions of years of evolution, through countless organisms, through your ancestors, through you, life sustains itself, grows itself, continues itself, through automatic processes, through natural patterns, through systems that work without needing constant conscious effort. You don't have to try so hard, don't have to force everything, don't have to make constant effort to keep life going. Life goes, automatically. Your body knows how, your brain knows how, your systems know how. They've been doing this for billions of years, long before you existed to try, long before effort was even possible. Trust the automatic processes, trust the natural patterns, trust that life continues, that you continue, that growth happens, not through constant effort, but through allowing, through response, through working with natural processes instead of against them. Tonight, you don't need to try, don't need to make effort, don't need to force anything. Just allow, just be. Just trust that life continues, the way it always has, the way it always will, without constant effort, without force, without trying, just continuing, just being, just alive, automatically. Individual moments pass, systems remain. This moment will pass. The moment you're experiencing right now, listening to these words, feeling what you feel, thinking what you think, this specific moment will be gone soon. Already it's passing. Already it's becoming memory. Already it's receding into past. And that's okay. Because while moments pass, systems remain. The system that is you continues. The patterns that make you who you are persist. The underlying structure stays, even as individual moments flow through and disappear. A wave rises on the ocean, crests, falls, disappears. That specific wave is gone, but the ocean remains. The water that formed the wave is still there, still part of the ocean, just in different form, just in different arrangement. The wave passed. The ocean continues. You are like the ocean. Individual moments are like waves. They rise, they fall, they pass. Each moment unique, each moment temporary, each moment gone as soon as it arrives. But you remain. The system that is you persists. The continuity continues, even as moments pass through you, like waves pass through water. Tonight is just one night, one collection of moments, one temporary state. By morning it will be gone. This night, these feelings, this exact experience, all past, all gone into memory, all transformed into past. But you'll still be here. The system that is you will continue. Your body will persist. Your patterns will remain. Your identity will go on. This night is temporary. You are ongoing. A river is never the same water twice. Every moment new water flows through. The water you see now will be downstream in a minute. Gone. Replaced. But the river remains. The same river. Recognizable. Continuous. Even though the water is always new. Always passing. Always temporary. Your moments are like river water. Always new. Always passing. Always temporary. But the river that is you remains. The patterns remain. The form remains. The system continues, even as each moment flows through and disappears. Bad moments pass. Difficult nights end. Painful experiences become memory. This specific suffering, this exact discomfort, this particular difficulty, it will pass. It's already passing. Already becoming then instead of now. Already transforming from present into past. And you'll remain. You'll wake up tomorrow. The system persists. The pattern continues. This moment's difficulty doesn't destroy the ongoing system that is you. It just passes through. Like everything passes through. Like all moments pass through. Cells in your body die every day. Millions of them. They die and are replaced. The specific cells you had last year are mostly gone now. Different cells, different molecules, different atoms in some cases. But you remain. The pattern persists. The system continues, even though the components are temporary, even though the parts pass through. You are not your moments. You are not this night. You are not this feeling. You are not this thought. You are the system, the pattern, the continuity, the ongoing process that persists while moments pass, that continues while experiences come and go. Seasons pass. Winter comes and goes. That specific winter is gone forever, but winter as a pattern returns. The Earth continues its orbit. The seasons continue their cycle. Individual winters are temporary. The pattern is ongoing. The system remains. Your seasons pass too. difficult seasons, painful periods, dark times. They pass, each one temporary, each one specific, each one gone eventually. But you remain. The pattern continues. The cycle goes on. You're not stuck in this season forever. This moment, this night, this experience, it passes. Systems remain. Storms are temporary. A hurricane forms, rages, dissipates. That specific storm is gone. But the atmosphere remains. The ocean remains. The earth remains. The conditions that created the storm persist. The system continues. Even after the storm passes, your storms pass too. Emotional storms, mental storms, crises and difficulties and overwhelming moments. They rise, they rage, they pass. Each one temporary, each one specific, each one eventually over. And you remain. The system that is you persists, continues, survives the storm. This feeling will change. What you're feeling right now won't feel the same in an hour, won't feel the same tomorrow. Feelings are temporary, moments of consciousness, passing states. They come, they go, they transform. While you, the system that experiences feelings, continue, persist, remain. Even memories fade. The pain of past moments softens. The intensity of old experiences diminishes. Time transforms memory, makes it distant, less immediate, less painful. The moment passed, then the memory of the moment fades, but you remain, changed by the experience maybe, but continuous, ongoing, persistent. Your identity is a pattern, not a moment, a continuity, not a snapshot, a system that persists through time, that remains while moments pass, that continues while experiences flow through. You are not frozen in this moment. You are moving through moments, continuing, persisting, remaining. Generations pass. People are born, people die. Individual humans are temporary. But humanity continues. The species persists. The pattern remains. Each person temporary. The system ongoing. You are temporary as a specific instance, but part of ongoing patterns, biological patterns, evolutionary patterns, cultural patterns, human patterns. You will pass. But the systems you're part of continue. You're connected to something ongoing, something larger, something that persists beyond individual moments, beyond individual lives. This night is one night among thousands you've experienced, thousands more you'll experience. This specific night will pass, will become one night among many, barely remembered eventually, faded into the general pattern of nights. While you continue, while life goes on, while the system persists. Individual moments are like grains of sand falling through an hourglass, each grain unique, each grain temporary, each grain passing. But the hourglass remains. The pattern of falling continues. The system persists. Even as individual grains pass through and disappear, you can let this moment pass, can let tonight pass, can let this feeling pass, can let this difficulty pass. Because while moments pass, you remain. The system that is you continues. The pattern persists. The ongoing process of being you goes on. This is just one moment in a system of moments, one night in a pattern of nights, one experience in a continuity of experiences. It will pass, like all moments pass, and you'll remain, like the system always remains. Individual moments pass, systems remain. You are the system. This is just a moment. Let it pass. You'll still be here. The pattern continues. The system persists, always. Rest is built into biological design. Your body was designed to rest, not as a reward for work, not as a concession to weakness, but as a fundamental function, as essential as eating, as necessary as breathing. Rest is built into biological design. It's not optional, it's not earned, it's required. Every organism rests. Bacteria enter dormant states. Plants close their leaves at night. Animals sleep. Across the entire tree of life, rest is universal. It's not a human invention. It's not a cultural choice. It's biological necessity, built into the deepest levels of life itself. Your cells rest. Even at the cellular level, there are periods of activity and periods of rest. Cells don't work continuously. They cycle through active phases and quiescent phases. They work. They rest. They work. They rest. The rhythm is built in, necessary, automatic. Your muscles need rest. After contraction, they need recovery. After effort, they need restoration. Muscles that work continuously without rest become damaged, weakened, exhausted. Rest isn't avoiding work. Rest is part of how muscles function, how they maintain strength, how they continue being able to work. Athletes know this. Training includes rest days, not because athletes are lazy, because muscles grow during rest. Strength increases during recovery. The work breaks down muscle fibers. The rest allows them to rebuild stronger. Rest is when the growth happens, when the adaptation occurs, when the training becomes strength. Your brain needs rest. Neurons can't fire continuously. They need recovery time between signals. They need periods of lower activity. They need sleep. During sleep, your brain clears metabolic waste, consolidates memories, processes information, performs maintenance. Rest is when your brain does essential work, work that can't happen during waking activity. Sleep is not time wasted. Sleep is when your brain works on itself, when it sorts, when it saves, when it restores, when it prepares for tomorrow. Sleep is active, essential, biological function, not luxury, not weakness, not something you should minimize. Function. Your immune system works harder during rest. When you sleep, your body produces more immune cells, more antibodies, more defensive proteins. Rest is when your body fights infection most effectively, when it repairs damage, when it maintains health. Rest is immune function, not avoiding function. When you're sick, your body makes you tired, makes you want to rest. This isn't weakness. This is your immune system redirecting energy, taking resources from activity, allocating them to fighting infection. Rest when sick isn't giving up. It's your body doing what it needs to do, following biological design. Your heart rests between beats. There's a pause, a fraction of a second when the heart muscle relaxes, recovers, prepares for the next contraction. If your heart didn't rest between beats, it would fail, would exhaust itself, would stop working. Rest is built into heartbeat, into the most essential rhythm of life. Your digestive system rests between meals. It's not supposed to work continuously. Eating constantly doesn't give your digestive system time to complete its cycles, time to rest, time to repair. Intermittent eating is natural. Continuous eating is unnatural. Rest between meals is biological design. Animals in the wild don't eat constantly. They eat, then they rest, then they eat again. Predators rest between hunts. They sleep long hours, more than humans. Lions sleep 20 hours a day, not because they're lazy, because rest is biological function, natural, necessary. Your ancestors rested. Hunter-gatherers didn't work 8-hour days. They worked in bursts, hunted, gathered, then rested. Long periods of leisure, of sitting, of socializing, of doing very little. This is the pattern humans evolved for. Work, then rest. Activity, then recovery, not continuous productivity. Modern culture treats rest as something to minimize, something to overcome, something to feel guilty about. But this is culture, not biology. Biology says rest. Biology requires rest. Biology builds rest into every system, every function, every pattern. You don't earn rest through work. You need rest to be able to work. Rest comes first in biological design. Rest is the foundation. Work is what rest enables, not the other way around. Your nervous system has two modes, sympathetic and parasympathetic, fight or flight and rest and digest. Both are normal. Both are necessary. Both are part of healthy function. You're supposed to spend time in rest mode, not as a reward, as biological necessity. Parasympathetic activation is when healing happens, when digestion works, when your body repairs, when your immune system functions optimally, when stress hormones decrease, when recovery occurs. This mode isn't optional, isn't luxury, is biological function, essential function. You can't stay in sympathetic mode indefinitely, can't maintain fight or flight continuously. Your body will force rest eventually, through exhaustion, through illness, through breakdown. Better to rest voluntarily, better to work with biological design, better to honor the built-in need for rest. Trees rest in winter. They don't die, they don't fail. They enter dormancy, conserve energy, reduce metabolic activity, prepare for spring. Rest is part of their cycle, built into their biology, necessary for their survival. You have winters too, times when you need to rest more, when you need to do less, when you need to enter dormancy. This isn't failure. This isn't weakness. This is following biological cycles, honoring natural patterns, working with your design instead of against it. The earth rests, day and night, not because the sun is lazy, but because rotation creates cycles. Life evolved with these cycles, adapted to them, requires them. Night is rest time, built into the planet's rotation, into biological design, into the pattern of life on Earth. You can't opt out of day and night, can't transcend the need for circadian rhythm, can't override millions of years of evolution through willpower. Your body expects rest at night, needs darkness, needs sleep. This is design, not weakness. Rest is not the opposite of productivity. Rest is what makes productivity possible. Rest is when your body repairs, when your brain processes, when your systems restore. Without rest, productivity decreases, quality declines, function deteriorates. You're not more valuable when you're working. You're not less valuable when you're resting. Value is inherent. Rest is function. You rest because you're biological, because you're designed to rest, because rest is built in, required, essential. Tonight, you're resting, not because you've earned it, not as a reward, not as a concession to weakness, but because rest is function. Because your body needs it, because biological design requires it, because you're doing what living systems do, what they must do, what they're designed to do. Rest is built into biological design. It's not optional, it's not weakness, it's not something to minimize or feel guilty about. It's function, essential function, biological function, universal function. You're resting now because you're biological, because you're alive, because you're following the design, the ancient design, the universal design, the design that says rest. Rest is function. Rest is necessary. Rest is built in. So rest, because that's what you're designed to do, what your body needs you to do, what life requires you to do. Rest. It's biological, it's essential, It's what you're supposed to do, right now. Nothing in nature rushes without reason. The sun doesn't rush across the sky. It moves at the same speed it has moved for billions of years. Steady, predictable, unhurried. The earth rotates, the sun appears to move, but there's no rush, no urgency, no sense that it should move faster. It takes the time it takes, and that's exactly right. Rivers don't rush unless gravity and terrain make them rush. A river on flat land meanders, slowly, taking its time, winding, curving, in no hurry to reach the ocean. Only when the land slopes steeply does the river rush. Only when there's reason. Only when physics demands it. Your urgency is often not like this. Not responding to actual necessity. Not driven by real need. But by feeling. By anxiety. By cultural pressure. By the sense that you should be moving faster than you are. But this urgency, this rush, it's not natural. It's not how things work without human interference. Trees don't rush to grow. They grow at their pace. The pace determined by genetics, by available resources, by conditions. They don't grow faster because other trees are taller. Don't hurry because time is passing. They just grow at their pace. The pace that's sustainable, the pace that works. You've been rushing, trying to grow faster than your natural pace, trying to achieve more quickly than your circumstances allow, trying to reach destinations before the journey naturally takes you there. And this rushing, it's exhausting. It's creating stress. It's working against your natural rhythm, against your sustainable pace. Animals don't rush without reason. A deer grazes slowly, peacefully. Only when a predator appears does it run. Only when there's actual danger. Only when rushing serves survival. The rest of the time, calm, steady, unhurried, moving at natural pace. What predator are you running from? What actual emergency are you responding to? Or are you rushing from anxiety? From pressure? From the feeling that you should be further along, rushing not because of real danger, but because of perceived lack, imagined threat, cultural expectation. Glaciers move slowly, inches per day, feet per year. They're not rushing. They're moving at the pace that ice moves, the pace that physics allows, the pace that's sustainable over millennia. And yet, they carve mountains, they shape continents, they create massive change through slow, sustained, unhurried movement. Your slow pace can create massive change too, not through rushing, through sustaining, through continuing, through moving at a pace you can maintain, not for days or weeks, but for years, for decades, for a lifetime. Planets orbit slowly. Earth takes a full year to circle the sun. It doesn't rush, doesn't try to complete the orbit faster, just follows its trajectory, at the speed determined by gravity and momentum. Steady, sustainable, unhurried. And this pace has continued for billions of years, will continue for billions more. Rushing is human anxiety projected onto time. It's your nervous system responding to threat, to perceived scarcity, to fear of missing out, to worry about not being enough. But time itself doesn't rush. Reality doesn't rush. Natural processes don't rush unless there's actual physical reason. Seeds germinate at their own pace. You can't make them hurry, can't rush the process. Try to force it, and you damage the seed, kill it. The germination takes the time it takes. The biological processes unfold at their rate. Rushing doesn't help, interferes, damages. Your development is like this. You can't rush real growth, can't force genuine change, can't make yourself develop faster than your circumstances and biology allow. Trying to rush just creates stress, anxiety, pressure that interferes with natural unfolding. The moon doesn't rush through its phases. New moon to full moon takes 2 weeks. Every time. Reliable, unhurried. The moon follows celestial mechanics. Not anxiety, not pressure, not urgency. Just natural law, natural pace, natural rhythm. You have natural rhythms too. Natural paces, natural timing. Rhythms that work with your biology, with your circumstances, with your reality. Rushing disrupts these rhythms, creates discord, makes everything harder. Evolution doesn't rush. It takes millions of years to create new species, millions of years to develop new adaptations. Slow, gradual, unhurried. And yet it created everything alive today. Created complexity, created consciousness, created you. Through slow, sustained, unhurried process. Your evolution is happening at evolutionary pace. Not cultural pace, not internet pace, not competitive pace. Evolutionary pace. Slow, gradual, real. And this pace, this unhurried development, it creates lasting change, deep change, real change. Mountains form slowly, millimeters per year, centimeters per decade. Unhurried, just tectonic forces doing what they do. No rush, no urgency, just sustained pressure over vast time. Creating mountains, creating landscapes, creating continents through unhurried process. What you're building in your life, it's forming at mountain pace. Not visible day to day, not obvious week to week, but real, accumulating, rising, through sustained effort, not rushed effort, not frantic effort, sustained, steady, unhurried. Stars burn their fuel slowly. The sun has burned for 5 billion years, will burn for 5 billion more. No rush, no urgency. Just fusion happening at the rate fusion happens. Sustainable rate. Rate that allows for billions of years of stable burning. Unhurried pace creating the foundation for all life on Earth. Your energy is like star fuel. Finite, limited. If you burn it too fast, you burn out. Exhaust yourself. Become unable to sustain. Better to burn steadily, sustainably, at a pace you can maintain. Not forever, but for as long as you need to. Crystals form slowly, atom by atom, layer by layer. Rush the process and you get imperfect crystals, weak structure, flaws. Only slow formation creates strong, clear, beautiful crystals. The slowness isn't delay, it's requirement. It's how quality forms. Quality in your life forms slowly too. Character, wisdom, depth. These don't form through rushing, through forcing, through hurrying. They form through time, through experience, through slow accumulation, through unhurried process. Soil forms slowly. Rock breaks down. Organic matter accumulates. Microbes work. Centuries pass. Slowly soil deepens, enriches, becomes capable of supporting life. Rush this process impossible. Soil formation takes the time it takes. Unhurried, essential, foundational. Your foundation is forming at soil pace, slowly, deeply, really. Not surface changes, deep changes, changes that will support growth for years to come. These changes take time, can't be rushed, can only be sustained, patiently, unhurriedly. Nothing in nature rushes without reason, without actual physical necessity, without real emergency. The rushing, you feel the urgency, the pressure, that's not nature, that's anxiety, that's culture, that's fear. Nature moves at sustainable pace, at natural rhythm, at the speed that allows for continuation, for persistence, for lasting, not the speed that exhausts, that burns out, that collapses. You can move at natural pace too, can release the rush, can let go of urgency that has no real basis, can trust that moving at your sustainable pace is enough, is right, is how real things form, how lasting things develop, how deep things grow. Tonight, nothing needs to rush. Nothing needs to hurry. Nothing needs to move faster than its natural pace. You can rest at rest pace, sleep at sleep pace, heal at healing pace. All unhurried, all sustainable, all natural. The rush is reflex, not law, not requirement, not reality. Just reflex, just anxiety, just pressure that you can release. Release it. Move at natural pace, unhurried pace, sustainable pace. The pace that nature has been using for billions of years. The pace that creates mountains, that grows trees, that forms stars. The pace that works, the pace that lasts, the pace that's real, unhurried, sustainable, natural, enough. Small rolls still matter. In a forest there are giant sequoias, massive, ancient, hundreds of feet tall, thousands of years old. They dominate the landscape. They're what people notice, what people photograph, what people remember. But the forest doesn't exist because of sequoias alone. The forest exists because of fungi, tiny organisms in the soil, breaking down dead matter, cycling nutrients, connecting tree roots through underground networks. Invisible, small, unnoticed, but essential. Without fungi, the forest dies. The role is small. The impact is massive. Your role doesn't need to be giant to matter. Doesn't need to be visible to be essential. Doesn't need to be impressive to be real. Small roles still matter. Small contributions still count. Small existence still has value. Plankton are microscopic. Tiny organisms drifting in the ocean, each one barely visible. Insignificant alone. But together, plankton produce more than half the oxygen on Earth. More than all the rainforests combined. Tiny organisms, massive impact, small role, essential function. You don't need to be large to be essential. Don't need to be visible to contribute. Don't need to be impressive to matter. Your small role, your small contribution, your small existence, it matters. It's part of something larger, part of systems that depend on every part, including the small ones, especially the small ones. In an ecosystem, every species matters, not just the top predators, not just the big animals. Every species, even the small ones, even the invisible ones. Remove the small species and the ecosystem collapses. They're not decorative. They're structural. They're essential. Small roles holding up large systems. Your role in your family matters, in your community, in your workplace. Even if it's small, even if it's invisible, even if no one notices, you're part of systems, and systems depend on all their parts, not just the prominent ones, all of them, including yours. Pollinators are often tiny, small bees, small flies, small beetles, individually insignificant. But remove pollinators and food systems collapse. 70% of crops depend on pollination. Tiny creatures, essential function, small role, massive importance. Your small actions matter, your small kindnesses, your small choices. They might seem insignificant, might feel invisible, might appear to make no difference, but they do. They're part of larger patterns, larger systems, larger outcomes, small actions creating large effects through accumulation, through time, through connection. Neurons are small. Individual neurons are microscopic, fragile, short-lived, but together neurons create consciousness, create thought, create you. Your mind emerges from billions of tiny parts, each one small, each one seemingly insignificant, together creating everything you experience, everything you are. You're part of larger things too, larger systems, larger patterns, larger processes. Your individual contribution might be small, but it's part of something larger, something that wouldn't exist the same way without you. Without your small part, your small role, your small presence. In a book, individual words are small, each word brief, simple, alone not much meaning. But together, words create stories, create ideas, create beauty, create meaning. The small words matter, the common words, the simple words, not just the impressive ones, all of them, each one necessary. Your presence is like a word in a story. Small, maybe. Simple, maybe. Common, maybe. But necessary. Part of a larger narrative. Part of a pattern that wouldn't be complete without you. Your small role is part of something larger. Something that needs every word. Every part. Every you. Stars come in different sizes. Some are massive. Supergiants. Hypergiants. Dominating galaxies. But most stars are small, red dwarfs, smaller than our sun, dimmer, less impressive, but more numerous, more common, more stable, lasting trillions of years. Small stars, long-lasting impact. Your small role might last longer than impressive roles, might be more stable, more sustainable, more enduring, not flashy, not dramatic, but steady, persistent, real. Small roles often outlast large ones. Quiet contributions often matter more than loud ones. In music, not every note is dramatic. Not every note is loud. Not every note is memorable. Some notes are quiet, brief, simple. But remove them, and the music falls apart. The quiet notes matter. The small notes, the simple notes. They're part of the harmony, part of the structure, part of what makes the music work. Your quiet presence matters. Your simple contributions, your small efforts. They're part of larger harmony, part of larger structure, part of what makes things work. Not dramatic, not loud, but necessary, real, valuable. Atoms are small, unimaginably small. Individual atoms are nothing, invisible, insignificant. But atoms build everything. Build you, build the world, build stars, small building blocks, massive structures, small parts, large wholes. You're a building block too, of families, of communities, of systems. Your small role is structural, not decorative, not optional, structural. Part of what holds things together, part of what makes things work. Small part, essential function. In a machine, small parts matter as much as large parts. A tiny screw, a small spring. Remove them and the machine fails. They're not glamorous, not impressive, not what people notice, but they're essential as the large obvious parts. Small roles, critical functions. Your role is critical too, even if it's small, even if no one notices, even if it's not glamorous. It's part of what makes things work, part of what holds things together, part of what keeps systems functioning. Small role. Real importance. You don't need to be a sequoia to matter. Don't need to be a supergiant to have value. Don't need to be impressive to be essential. Small is enough. Small is real. Small is valuable. The universe needs plankton as much as whales, needs fungi as much as trees, needs small stars as much as large ones, needs small roles as much as large ones, needs you. In your small role, in your quiet presence, in your simple existence. You don't need to be great to be valid. Don't need to be impressive to matter. Don't need to be large to be essential. Small roles still matter. Small contributions still count. Small existence still has value. Your small role is enough. Your quiet presence is valuable. Your simple existence matters. Not because of what you achieve, not because of what you contribute, but because you're part of systems, part of patterns, part of the whole. And the whole needs every part, including the small ones, including yours. Small roles still matter. Always have, always will. In forests, in oceans, in ecosystems, in families, in communities, in the universe, and in you. Your small role, your quiet presence, your simple existence. It matters. It's enough. It's real. Small roles still matter, including yours. Existence does not require justification. A rock exists. It doesn't need to justify its existence, doesn't need to prove its worth, doesn't need to accomplish anything to deserve to be. It just is. It exists. That's enough. That's complete. That's sufficient. Existence itself is the justification. A star exists. It burns. It radiates. But it doesn't need to prove it should exist. Doesn't need to justify taking up space. Doesn't need to earn the right to be. It formed from collapsing gas. Now it exists. That's the entire story. Existence needs no further justification. You exist. Right now. You're here. You're alive. You're conscious. And this doesn't require justification. Doesn't need to be earned. Doesn't need to be proven worthy. You exist. That's complete in itself. That's sufficient. That's enough. Every living thing exists without justifying itself. Trees don't prove they deserve to grow. Animals don't earn the right to be alive. Bacteria don't justify their existence. They just exist. They're alive. That's the complete statement. Existence is its own justification. You've been trying to justify your existence through achievement, through contribution, through being useful, through being impressive, through being enough. But existence doesn't work that way. Existence isn't conditional, isn't earned, isn't justified through accomplishment. It just is. A mountain exists. It doesn't produce anything, doesn't contribute to GDP, doesn't achieve goals, doesn't justify its presence. It just is. It exists. It takes up space. And that's complete. That's sufficient. That's valid. Existence without justification. The ocean exists. Does it need to justify itself? Does it need to prove it? Deserves to be? Does it need to accomplish something to be valid? No. It exists. That's the entire statement. Existence is sufficient, complete, needing nothing added. You don't need to accomplish anything to deserve to exist. Don't need to contribute anything to be valid. Don't need to prove anything to be worthy. You exist. That's complete. That's sufficient. That's all that's required. Planets exist. They orbit stars. Some have life, some don't. The lifeless planets don't apologize for existing. Don't feel bad about not contributing. Don't think they need to justify their presence. They exist. That's enough. That's complete. That's valid. Your existence is valid even if you never accomplish anything impressive, even if you never contribute anything notable, even if you never become anything special. You exist. That's sufficient. That's complete. That's all that's needed. Space exists. Vast emptiness between stars. Apparently empty. Apparently useless. Does it apologize for existing? Does it feel it needs to justify taking up space? No. It exists. It's part of the universe. Its existence is sufficient, complete, valid. You can take up space without apologizing, can exist without justifying, can be without proving. Your existence is like space, like mountains, like rocks, valid simply by being, complete simply by existing, sufficient simply by being here. Consciousness exists. Somehow, for some reason, or for no reason, it exists. Experience happens. Awareness is. Does consciousness need to justify itself? Does it need to prove it deserves to be? No. It exists. That's the mystery. That's the fact. That's the complete statement. Your consciousness exists. You experience. You're aware. You are. This doesn't need justification, doesn't need to be earned, doesn't need to be proven worthy. It is. You are. That's complete. That's sufficient. That's everything. Flowers exist. They bloom. They fade. They don't accomplish anything permanent. Don't create lasting change. Don't justify their brief existence through achievement. They just bloom. Just exist. Just are. And that's beautiful. That's complete. That's enough. Your brief existence doesn't need lasting accomplishment to be valid. Doesn't need permanent impact to be worthwhile. Doesn't need to justify itself through achievement. You exist. You experience. You are. That's beautiful. That's complete. That's enough. The universe exists. Why no one knows. Maybe there's no why. Maybe existence needs no reason. Maybe being is sufficient unto itself. The universe doesn't justify itself, doesn't prove it deserves to be. It just is. And that's the most fundamental fact, the most basic truth. Existence is. You are the universe experiencing itself, the universe aware of itself, the universe being itself. Your existence is as fundamental as the universe's existence, as unjustified, as unprovable, as simply is. You don't need to justify what the universe doesn't justify. Don't need to prove what existence doesn't prove. You just are. Being alive doesn't require permission, doesn't require earning, doesn't require justification. Life exists. You're alive. That's complete. That's sufficient. That's valid. No further justification needed. No further proof required. No further earning necessary. You exist. That's the fact. That's the truth. That's the complete statement. Everything else is addition. Everything else is extra. Everything else is beyond what's required. Because existence requires nothing, needs nothing, justifies nothing, is nothing but itself. Rocks don't justify. Mountains don't prove. Oceans don't earn. Stars don't achieve. Space doesn't contribute. The universe doesn't explain. They just are. They just exist. They just be. And so do you. You just are. You just exist. You just be. Without needing to justify. Without needing to prove. Without needing to earn. Without needing to achieve. Without needing to contribute. Without needing to explain. You exist. That's enough. That's complete. That's everything. Existence does not require justification. Never has. Never will. For rocks. For stars. For the universe. For you. You exist. That's sufficient. That's valid. That's true. That's complete. That's all. That's everything. You exist. And that's enough. Things continue. When you let go, your heart will keep beating when you fall asleep. You don't need to stay awake to monitor it. Don't need to supervise. Don't need to check. You can let go. Sleep deeply, completely, and your heart continues, automatically, reliably, without your consciousness, without your control. It continues. The earth will keep spinning while you rest, rotating at 1,000 miles per hour, orbiting the sun at 67,000 miles per hour, hurtling through space, all while you sleep, all without your awareness, all without your supervision. You can let go. It continues. The sun will rise tomorrow whether you're awake to see it or not, whether you're conscious or unconscious, whether you're monitoring or completely released. The rotation continues. The dawn comes. Reality proceeds without needing your awareness, without requiring your attention. It continues. Your life will continue when you stop controlling, when you stop managing, when you stop supervising every moment. Things will keep going. Processes will keep unfolding. Reality will keep proceeding, not because you're maintaining it, but because continuation is built in, automatic, self-sustaining. It continues. Plants keep growing while you sleep. They don't need you to watch, don't need you to help, don't need you to supervise. They photosynthesize in darkness, grow roots, process nutrients, all automatically, all without you. They continue. Rivers keep flowing when no one is watching. Day and night, winter and summer, witnessed or unwitnessed. Water keeps moving, following gravity, following the path, continuously, automatically, without needing observers, without needing supervision. It continues. Your relationships continue when you're not actively maintaining them. People still care about you when you're asleep, still remember you when you're not present, still hold you in their thoughts when you're not conscious. The bonds don't dissolve. The connections don't break. They continue. The universe has been continuing for 13.8 billion years. Most of that time without observers, without consciousness, without anyone watching. And it continued anyway. Galaxies formed, stars burned, planets circled, all automatically, all without supervision. Continuing. You can let go, can release your grip, can stop monitoring, can stop controlling, can stop supervising. And things continue. Not because they don't need you, but because continuation is built into the system, into reality, into the way things work. They continue automatically. Your body continues when you sleep, healing, processing, restoring. All the work happens while you're unconscious, while you're not supervising, while you've let go completely. The body knows what to do, does it automatically, continues without your management. Evolution continued for billions of years without consciousness observing it. Species evolved, adapted, changed, all automatically, all without supervision, all without anyone watching. The process continued, on its own, through its own mechanisms. Automatically, it continued. The seasons continue whether you're paying attention or not. Summer becomes fall, becomes winter, becomes spring. The cycle continues. The pattern repeats, automatically, reliably, without needing supervision, without requiring observation. It continues. Time continues when you let go of it. Seconds pass, minutes accumulate, hours flow, whether you're counting or not, whether you're measuring or not, whether you're aware or not. Time proceeds automatically, inevitably, unstoppably. It continues. Your breath continues when you stop controlling it. You can control breathing manually, but the moment you stop, automatic breathing takes over. The body continues breathing, without your instruction, without your supervision, without your conscious control. It continues. The tide continues rising and falling. The moon continues pulling. The ocean continues responding, all automatically, all without supervision, all without consciousness directing it. For billions of years before life, for billions more after, it continues. Chemistry continues automatically. Reactions happen. Bonds form and break. Molecules interact, all following laws, all automatic, all without needing supervision, without needing consciousness to observe. Chemistry just works. It continues. Physics continues operating. Gravity pulls. Light travels. Energy transfers. All automatically, all reliably, all without needing consciousness, without needing supervision. The laws work. Reality proceeds. It continues. The past continues existing in some sense. Your memories, your history, your experiences, they happened. They're real. They're part of the structure of space-time. They continue existing, even when you're not thinking about them, even when you've let them go. They continue. The future continues forming, whether you're planning it or not, whether you're worrying about it or not, whether you're trying to control it or not. The future unfolds. Possibilities become actualities. Time creates tomorrow, automatically, without your supervision. It continues. Life continued before you existed, will continue after you're gone. The processes, the patterns, the cycles, they're larger than individual lives. They proceed automatically. They continue beyond individual consciousness, beyond individual control. They continue. You can let go tonight, can release control, can stop supervising, can stop managing, can stop monitoring, can trust that things continue, that reality proceeds, that life goes on, that processes unfold, all automatically, all reliably, all without needing your consciousness to maintain them. Your letting go doesn't break anything, doesn't stop anything, doesn't end anything. It allows things to continue the way they've always continued, automatically, naturally, reliably, without forced control, without anxious supervision, without constant vigilance. Science confirms this. Reality is self-maintaining. Systems are self-regulating. Processes are automatic. Continuation doesn't depend on conscious supervision. It depends on the structure of reality itself, on the laws that govern it, on the patterns that constitute it, all of which work automatically, all of which continue without you. So let go. Tonight. Completely. Deeply. Trust that things continue, that your heart keeps beating, that the earth keeps spinning, that the sun rises tomorrow, that life proceeds. That reality unfolds, all automatically, all reliably, all without needing you to stay awake, without needing you to supervise, without needing you to control. Letting go doesn't cause collapse. It allows continuation, the natural continuation, the automatic continuation, the way things have continued for billions of years, the way they'll continue for billions more, with or without your supervision, with or without your consciousness. They continue. So sleep, deeply, completely, without holding on, without monitoring, without controlling. Let reality do what it does. Let systems maintain themselves. Let processes unfold. Let continuation be automatic, the way it's always been, the way it always will be. Things continue when you let go. They always have. They always will. Science confirms it. Reality demonstrates it. Billions of years prove it. You can trust it. You can release into it. You can let go completely. And everything continues, including you, especially you. Continuing through rest, through release, through letting go. Continuing automatically, naturally, reliably. Continuing, always continuing. Even when you let go, especially when you let go. Things continue. You continue. Life continues. Reality continues. All automatically, all naturally, all without needing your wakeful supervision. So, let go. Sleep, rest, release. Trust the continuation, the automatic continuation, the natural continuation, the inevitable continuation. Things continue when you let go. Always have, always will. So let go. Now, completely, deeply, into sleep, into rest, into trust, into the automatic continuation of everything. Let go. Things continue. You continue. All is well. All continues. All is held. Let go. Continue. Rest. Ending. Let reality hold the weight. The world was already turning when you opened your eyes this morning. Already breathing. Already holding itself in perfect balance. And tonight, as your eyes close, it holds you too. You've been carrying something that was never meant to be carried. Watching over things that have been watching over themselves since the beginning of time. But now, right now, you can set it all down. The universe doesn't need you to stay awake. It never has. For 13 billion years, it has known exactly what to do. Your heart will beat through the darkness. Your lungs will draw breath after quiet breath. Your cells will repair and renew. All of this, all of it, happens whether you're watching or not. Let your body grow heavy now. So heavy, like you're sinking into the earth itself, into the gravity that has held everything since stars first ignited. You are being held, right now, this moment, by forces older than memory. The trees outside are breathing slowly in the night. The ocean is rocking itself against distant shores. The moon is pulling the tides with the same patient rhythm it has pulled for 4 billion years. Nothing is waiting for you. Nothing needs your permission to continue. Your thoughts are becoming softer now, quieter, like distant echoes fading into silence. And this is exactly right. This is your mind remembering how to rest, how to release, how to trust what has always been trustworthy. There is nothing left to figure out tonight, nothing left to solve, nothing left to hold together. The world held itself before you were born. It will hold itself now. It will hold itself long after this night has dissolved into morning. So let go, all the way down, into the darkness that holds all light, into the silence that holds all sound, into the rest that holds all waking. Reality has been doing this for longer than language can name. You don't need to stay awake for it. Sleep now, deep and complete, into the arms of a universe that has never dropped anything, that has never forgotten, that continues, always continues with a patience that has no end. Let reality hold the weight. It always has. You can rest now. You can sleep. You can let go completely. Everything is already held, including you, especially you. Sleep. The universe knows what it's doing. Sleep. The earth keeps turning. Sleep. You are held. Sleep. Everything continues. Sleep. Just sleep now. Deep, deep sleep. Into the infinite rest. Into the held. Into the safe. Into the continuing dark. Sleep.